pretty much here. Very pleased to welcome everyone to St. Joseph's University. My name is Joe Cifelli. I'm the Senior Director of Accreditation and Clinical Practice and Certification and Partnerships here at St. Joe's. Formerly the Chair of the Dean's Forum out of PAC-T. Hopefully we'll be seeing many of you at the PAC-T meeting in a couple weeks. So once again, welcome to St. Joe's. We're very happy and delighted to be the host today of the PVAAS meeting. And at current count, we have about 44 folks signed up today from a variety of universities. We will have the breakfast treats available, and then a full lunch is coming in around noon or so. So with no further ado, then, I'd like to bring up Will DiPulano, right? DiPulano, sorry, our Deputy Secretary, to give his greetings. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Will Del Pilar from the Pennsylvania Department of Education. I'm glad you guys could all join us. I'm sure you guys are all wide awake from the brisk walk we had this morning over from the parking structure. I would argue that it took me longer to get here from the parking structure than it did from Harrisburg, but I might be exaggerating a little bit. Thanks for coming. We really appreciate the opportunity to share this information with you. As we started looking at this data, we thought it was really exciting and provided an opportunity for institutions to begin to kind of get the closed circle, close the loop on how students are performing out in the field. And so we're excited to be able to share this data with you today. You know, this is one of, I think, several things that we're kind of thinking about, and so we look forward to the opportunity to share not only the information, but also to have an ongoing conversation with you guys about how we think about teacher preparation, how we think about educator prep, and how we continue to improve educator prep for those coming out of the program. So we're really excited that you're here. Thank you for coming. Kristen is going to do some of the provide some logistical information, but we look forward to the conversation and to continue the dialogue. Thank you very much.
Good morning. Good morning. My name's Dr. Kristen Leewald. I'm the PVAAS statewide project director for PDE. I actually work for Lancaster, Lebanon, IU13. IU13 is contracted by the department to coordinate statewide implementation, rollout, professional development, pretty much everything related to PVAAS under the leadership of the department. So really, really pleased to be here today. I want to welcome our remote locations. We do have several remote locations that are joining us. We had an opportunity that came up thanks to St. Joe's and Kevin, thank you for his support in the back for locations a little further away to be able to join remotely. They will not be able to join in and ask questions, but I want to welcome Clarion University, Delaware Valley University, Gannon University, Indiana University of Pennsylvania, Kutztown University, Lancaster Bible College, Rosemont College, and the University of Pittsburgh. So they are all joining us remotely today. So we appreciate them joining. I also want to let you know that if you check your email, probably within about 5 minutes, you're going to see an email that has come through from our office that has a URL that takes you to a Google page set up specifically with the materials for today. So the PowerPoint that we're going to be using, you can go and access that, plus a couple other resources we've made available and links that we've made available for you and your faculty. A copy of that, a hard copy of that, is in your folder. You'll see the actual web address that's on that handout in the left-hand side of your folder, as well as kind of a screenshot so you know what you're looking for, that you've got to the right location. So that's available. In your folder, there's also a document which is also posted electronically on the Google page that talks about what is PVAAS, so an introductory type of document that you may want to share with others who are not here today. We are going to be breaking for lunch at about noon. We're going to let you get your lunch and probably do like a working lunch. This morning, John's going to be talking about what is PVAAS. We're going to take you out to the demo site, really similar to a session we did a few months ago, which was a session we just put out to all the teacher preparation programs. If anyone was interested in coming into Hershey, piggybacking onto an existing conference that the department had to hear about value added. And we asked that group at the time, do you think the deans and chairs would be interested in having a session provided to them and data being provided back? And there was an overwhelming response of yes, definitely. So that's really what brought us here today. We're also brought here today because Dr. Cifelli was kind enough to be the host, and appreciate all his efforts with logistics, because it was definitely a lot of work for them to get the facility and the food and everything else available. So we very much appreciate your work with that. I'm going to ask There's several people who are here in the room from the department as well as SAS EVOS to do an introduction of themselves, so you know who's that sitting at the back table. And we'll save you for last, John, since you're going to be coming up and speaking. We'll start with Christina, if you want to share who you are and your role with the group.
Good morning, everyone. I think most of you know who I am. I'm Christina Baumer. I'm the Division Chief of Professional Education and Teacher Quality. I'm really excited to see the group today. I'm really pleased to see that we have about 40 some odd people that are attending, not only in person but remotely. I heard a lot of feedback last week as I was going around with the ETS group, and a lot of people asked, could they please do a remote session because they just couldn't get off campus or because of the travel, and Kristen was very quick to accommodate the remote sites. Just a quick plug for PAC-T. I do have 2 new liaisons, so if you come to PAC-T, you'll be able to meet them that Thursday evening after our session. So enjoy today. You're going to learn a lot. I think you'll be very excited about what you're going to learn, and please contact Kristen with any questions. And again, thank you for coming.
Great. And our partners in providing value-added reporting to Pennsylvania are SAS EVOS from Cary, North Carolina. We have several members of their team here with us today. So I'll let you each introduce yourselves.
Good morning. I'm Ed Haynes. I'm an account rep for SAS. I work in Harrisburg. I'm here today. We work very closely with the department in Harrisburg. I'm on the ground there. And so I wanted to be here today to listen to John and see the results as well.
Katrina?
Hi, my name is Katrina Miller. I'm new to staff. I started in June. Prior to that, I worked for a nonprofit, Council of Chief State School Officers, working with all the Secretary of Education. But my experience that's relevant today is I worked in Tennessee for 8 years at our Higher Education Commission, where we connected our value-added system, PVAAS, which is EVOS in Tennessee, to teacher prep. So I'm excited to kind of see what you all are doing in Pennsylvania and the process getting started here.
It has practical experience and examples as our discussions kind of evolved today that she's, can share. Jennifer.
Good morning. I'm Jennifer Bell. I know a lot of you, when I met you this morning, like, oh, Jennifer Kurtz. Not as cool and on top of it as Jennifer Kurtz, but and from North Carolina. So Jennifer Kurtz works with Kristen on the EVOS team, and I know you've been in a lot of communication with her. I'm Jennifer Bell, and I'm from North Carolina. I'm a former teacher for 15 years in North Carolina, high school social studies mostly, and I'm glad to be here with you today. And if you have any questions or you need anything or you're missing something in your folder, please let us know, and we'll be glad to get that for you. Thank you.
Great. I will mention to the remote sites, as you do, since we don't have an option for you to ask questions in during the session, or for anybody, even after today, if you have questions, feel free to send questions in to the same email address where you registered. They'll come in to me, and I'll take care. If I need to connect back with the EVOS or the department, I'll be happy to do that. We'll get an answer back to you if there's information looking for a question you might have. So without further ado, I'd like to introduce Dr. John White. John is the Senior Director of SAS EVOS out of North Carolina. Though he travels so much, I don't know how often he really gets to see Cary, North Carolina. But John's been working with us here in Pennsylvania 8
or 9 years now.
Yes, does it seem like 50?
Yeah.
Some days. But John leads all the efforts with their team at SAS EVOS in terms of providing value-added analytics back to all of our public LEAs here in Pennsylvania, and works in partnership with the department as well as his entire team at SAS EVOS. So welcome to Pennsylvania again, John, and I'll turn it over to you.
Sounds good.
There you go.
All right. Well, good morning, everybody. As Kristen said, my name's John White. I am the Director of EVOS at SAS. Just to tell you guys a little bit about our group real quick. We have about 55 individuals that are dedicated to the EVOS work over at SAS, ranging from all kinds of areas, statisticians, psychometricians, web developers, quality assurance testers, former teachers, educational support staff, project managers, all kinds of folks that support this project. Currently, we're up to about 450,000 users within EVOS. We support 5 states statewide: South Carolina, North Carolina, Tennessee, Ohio, and Pennsylvania, and also work in pilots in a bunch of other states. We're first going to be talking about an introduction to PVAAS. I would really like to keep this conversation very open discussion. If you guys have questions, please stop me, ask. Feel free, don't hesitate. I really want to make sure over the next hour this morning, over the next hour and a half, that you really have an opportunity to get all of your questions answered about PVAAS as far as how it works, what's behind it. So that's really where we're going to start. Pretty conceptual at first, but then if we want to get into any of the technical details, we certainly can do so. So does that sound like a plan? All right. Okay, so what is PVAAS? How many of you guys have heard of PVAAS? All right, that's good. So PVAAS, the Pennsylvania Value-Added Assessment System, it's kind of a generic, or the Pennsylvania version of EVAAS, which is more of our generic name. But the whole idea of what it does is it's measuring student growth on the PSSA assessments and the Keystone assessments for district schools and teachers. Unlike achievement, and this is what we're going to be spending a lot of time talking about, growth is not typically related to socioeconomic and demographic background characteristics when you're thinking about an individual student or a group of students. So again, we're going to spend a lot of time talking about that. But PVAAS is known by a couple of different things. It's kind of the underlying system itself, but it is also the web reporting application that delivers all of this information out, these growth measures, these student level projections out through that secure hosted website. It includes many different reports. It's certainly not just the idea of teacher value-added measures. And we're going to go through a demo later today to show you exactly what is included in that reporting. Should you guys have some interest there. So, value added. What is value added? Let's break this down a little bit. So this is a measure of student academic growth for a group of students. So the group is important. We're measuring it for a group of students. We're aggregating student growth up to the district level, the school level, or the teacher level, and we're doing so by each individual year, subject, and grade. And so what does it mean when we're making growth? We're comparing growth to some expectation based on the student's prior testing history. So we have to define what growth really means, and we'll get more into that in just a little bit. But again, it's for a group of students, and it's compared to an expectation of growth based on the student's prior testing history. There's a lot of sound, reliable statistical techniques and methodologies that have been used in a lot of different places for a lot of different reasons, for a lot of decades that go into value-added models. A lot of this stuff isn't brand new by any means. It's just applying different statistical models to this particular set of data. All right, again, so the whole idea of growth versus achievement. I mean, how do we measure achievement? How have we measured achievement? At the individual student level, sometimes we just measure whether or not a student is proficient on a test. So was their test score high enough? Were they not proficient? Were they advanced? That's a way that we measure achievement currently. When we're thinking about growth, though, we're looking at the start of the school year, the end of the school year, or last year, the end of the year, compared to this year, the end of the year, and how much movement was made. So we're looking at that change over time. Even if the change was positive, even if the students remained not proficient, they still could have made growth. So it doesn't make a difference necessarily that they moved over the proficient bar from one point in time to the next, but rather it's how much movement they made, and we're going to define what that type of movement is. Likewise, kids can be advanced. A group of students can be on average advanced on the assessment at the end of one year, and then the end of the next year they can still remain advanced. But if they fell in terms of their relative achievement or fell in terms of their achievement over time, they might have made less growth than the expectation. So they didn't make the amount of progress that we expected. They're still remaining proficient or advanced, so they're still higher achieving, but we're just measuring something different when we're looking at growth. So we have these two different groups of kids. We have all kinds of groups. They could be moving from not proficient to proficient and making positive growth. They could be falling from advanced to down below proficient. They could be falling and be below proficient before and after. But the point is how much change is happening from one point in time to the next. So let's think about this in a slightly different way. Thinking about math and reading, math and ELA in grades 4 through 8, we're measuring progress from one grade to the next. So if we have a group of students and they're all at the 50th percentile at 1 year, let's say 2015 in 4th grade math, this group of students on average is at the 50th percentile. We then look to see next year where are they at relative to all their peers in 4th grade math in 2016. So did they rise up in terms of their student achievement? Are they now at the 55th percentile? Are they at the 50th percentile, which would be meeting that expectation, so they maintain their same relative position from 1 year to the next? Or do they drop down and fall? Or are they now at the 45th percentile? So we're looking at that relative movement from one point in time to the next for that group of students from one grade to the next, same subject from 1 year to the next. This change in achievement is the growth that we're measuring. So we have to define what is growth. This is exactly what we're talking about when we say there was a positive amount of growth, there was a negative amount of growth. In EVAAS, this expectation of 0 really means that difference, that change right there stayed the same, right? It doesn't mean they didn't make any growth. If you're thinking about from one grade to the next, I'm sure they made a lot of growth to remain at the 50th percentile relative to all their peers. But it's all about where do they start at the end of that last year and where are they at the end of the next year. And so it doesn't matter if they started in a different percentile, the concept is all the same. So instead of starting at the 50th percentile, what if the group of kids started at the 30th percentile? Then again, that expectation is they maintain their same relative position and they're at the next year, the 30th percentile again. Or did they increase and are now at the 35th percentile? Or did they decrease and now at the 25th percentile? And this is why that expectation of growth is always based on the student's prior achievement history. And that change in achievement, again, is the growth that we're measuring. Likewise, we can have a group of students that are higher achieving, a group of students that started out at the 80th percentile. Did they increase in their relative position in the distribution? Did they decrease? Did they maintain? Did they remain at the 80th percentile? So it's all about where did students start or where did they end the prior year, and then where are they that next year. Now, of course, it's more complicated than this when you get down to the actual models, but conceptually, this is exactly what value-added is doing. This is exactly how value-added works in math and ELA in grades 4 through 8. Part of the reason we can do it this way is because we have consecutive grade-given tests, right? We have math given in 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, so we can measure that change from one grade to the next in that same subject. Yeah?
Which one of the times they take the district one and choose? I mean, I don't know if it's the right time to ask that question, but
We're going to get into the keystone in science in just a second.
Okay.
But keep the question of which one do we use in mind, because we'll need to talk about that more. Yes?
Yeah, so I'll probably periodically be chiming in. As John knows, we work together a lot. Just to give some field experience, because I have the pleasure of working with teachers and school administrators and district administrators. So this concept that John's explaining here is a really key concept for anybody working with the value-added data in the schools, for them to be able to understand, it sounds like a simple thing, but to understand the difference between achievement and growth, and then understanding how is it that growth is measured. Many are still very connected in with an achievement mindset of looking at student performance. So the conceptual understanding and really understanding the difference of what we mean by achievement as compared to what we mean by growth is a key concept we continue to educate people about. It's a really, really important, understanding for people. So.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's safe to say from the field, 80% of the questions are confusing achievement and growth with one another.
Yeah.
And that's, Yeah.
100% agree that 80% of the questions are from that base. Yes.
I think you had a question?
Just to be clear, it's not just change in achievement, it's change in relative achievement.
Correct. And so, I mean, this warrants a good conversation, right? Like, what does change and achievement really mean? If you don't have a vertical scaled test, meaning a 420 on the 4th grade test means the exact same level of knowledge as a 420 on the 5th grade test, then you can't take simple differences of scale scores if you do not have a vertically scaled test. They don't mean anything, right? So the only way you could do that is if you did have a vertically scaled test. But the way in which we are defining growth is more, we take achievement and look at it relatively. And it's a great segue to this next slide. So what do we mean by relative achievement within that year, subject, and grade? So imagine we have 2 different statewide distributions of student achievement. Every year we have all the test scores that students take, or all the test scores that they receive across the entire Commonwealth. So let's say we have 4th grade math in 2014. The average scale score is a 400, but we have generally some type of normal distribution of student achievement, right? We have fewer students scoring at the very bottom. We have fewer students scoring at the very top of the achievement scale. A lot of kids scoring in between. What we do is we take this achievement distribution and map all of the scale scores to normal curve equivalents. And instead of using percentiles, we use NCEs. It's really difficult to subtract percentiles from one another. You shouldn't do things like that. You shouldn't average them. You shouldn't do anything like that. But with NCEs, you can subtract them. You can average them. They become equal interval when you make that mapping. And that's really how we're defining what the relative position is of student achievement within each year. So the first step in math and ELA is to take all those scale scores and map them into NCEs based on that specific year, subject, and grade. So many of you guys know, I believe the math assessment changed in the 2015 year. And again, we don't have necessarily vertically scaled tests. This could be on a completely different scale. It doesn't matter. We're still saying the middle of that distribution is the 50th NCE. The middle of this distribution is the 50th NCE. You can talk about up here at the 85th NCE, the 90th NCE. We can map them all to normal curve equivalents. Yes? Sure. A normal curve equivalent is very similar to a percentile. The percentiles and NCEs are the exact same at 1, 50, and 99. But an NCE is a normal random variable that has the standard deviation such that the 99th percentile and 99th NCE map up exactly. And an NCE is very similar to a percentile, except for the fact that moving from an NCE of 50 to 60, that distance of 10, means the same thing if it's an 80 to a 90, that distance of 10. Whereas on a percentile scale, if you think of moving from like 50 to 60 as compared to 80 to 90, it's much more difficult to move from the 80th percentile to the 90th percentile than it is to move from the 50th percentile to the 60th percentile. So NCEs are mapped in such a way that it makes it an equal interval distribution. So why is the other reason that we do that? We don't want to advantage or disadvantage or make the difference measures that we're doing unfair for teachers or schools or school districts that have higher achieving students, middle achieving students, lower achieving students. If you, for whatever reason, were taking differences of percentiles, you would be doing something like that. A difference of 10 is not the same thing in percentiles, depending on where you're talking about in the scale. But a difference of 10 in NCEs would be a comparable metric anywhere in that scale, translating to any achievement level of students. Does anyone else have any questions about this particular topic?
John, does the NCE take into account at all the variance in the content as the content moves forward?
No, the NCE only takes into account the empirical distribution of student scores. So the specific way that we do these, to get a little more technical, is we just look at the overall distribution of the student scores. For whatever reason, one distribution could be more spread out, one could be more narrow. All we're doing is taking that empirical distribution of student scores, first mapping it into percentiles, then mapping those percentile rankings into normal curve equivalents. For those of you that are a little more technical background, we are not just taking the mean and standard deviation that we see of the normal distribution or of the student achievement distribution and converting it into an NCE, like converting it into a standard normal and then converting it into a normal distribution with a mean of 50 and the appropriate standard deviation. We are first mapping to the percentile rankings and then mapping to those NCEs, which essentially normalizes the distribution.
If we could just repeat the questions, we got a message from the remote sites. They're hearing your response. You're great. So if we can all just remind or speak up when we do ask a question, that would help our remote partners.
Yes, I will definitely speak up while people are asking questions and repeat the questions. Thanks, Kristen. I tried to remember that in the beginning. Yes. Did you have a question?
Yes. Is that true if the school already has very high, let's say, scores for at grade level, and it's harder for them to improve, right? There's some ceiling effect, do you think? If they already,
So the question is really, is it harder for higher achieving schools to improve because of some sort of ceiling effect?
Yes.
So one of the things I said in the beginning was we're looking at a group of students. We're not looking at an individual single student. It's all about the group of students. What you do not have empirically are all of the students on average are at an NCE of 98. We don't see things like that in the data. We don't see schools like that. We don't see groups of kids like that. If you want to get down to the individual student level, we allow NCEs based on the empirical distribution to go above 99 and below 1. So they can actually go above 100. They can go below 0. If you think about the student distribution of achievement across the state, if only 0.001% of the students scored the top score or 0.01% scored the top score, that could be an NCE of something like 122. So they do go, it's not the exact same as percentiles. They do go above 100 and below 0, depending on what that distribution looks like. We do examine the distribution every year to make sure that there's not some type of artificial ceiling where 10% of the kids are scoring the top scale score on the assessment, because that could cause problems for sure. Trust me, we have seen this happen in state assessments. I've actually seen a state assessment where 20% of the kids score the top score in 5th grade math in a given year. And if you create NCEs based on a distribution like that, then you are absolutely unfairly disadvantaging kids that are higher achieving, because the highest NCE they can get is something like, an 85 or something for that particular test and subject. That's not what we see in Pennsylvania. And if we did, we wouldn't be able to measure growth with it, and we would not measure growth with it. Now, could you say, well, what if I have this one student that scored the top score on an assessment in one given year? They can still score, very, very high that next year. Maybe the difference of their NCEs is close to 0. Can they technically not make as much growth as another student? Yeah, technically that one student who scored that top scale score cannot make some giant positive gain. At the same time, this one student that scored at the very, very bottom of the distribution, that scored very, very, very low, can't make a giant negative gain either, like the kid that could at the very top end. Again, we don't feel comfortable making growth measures on individual students. These are the reasons why, at least these are some of the reasons why. We also know that in any one given test score, there's a lot of measurement error in that test score. That's also why we don't do growth measures on individual students. But what we do see, and we'll look at some of these a little later, some scatter plots that show this information, is when we look at the group on average, we're not seeing like a group that on average is at the 95th NCE or anything like that. It just doesn't happen in the data. And we have a lot of schools that are very, very high achieving that are making a lot of positive growth. It's a good question. Thanks. All right.
John,
So-
I just want to add, so the materials that are posted up on that website that I said, that page that you got, that you should have an email to give you access to that. There's a document about the methodology, and there's a document about misconceptions. There's information in both of those about this issue of can we make growth with higher achieving students. So if you kind of want to go back and look at the kind of things that John was saying, that's why he was here, it'll be a good resource for you after you leave today.
So in an effort to make sure the streaming folks hear all this as well, you're saying that the documents have been posted to what page? Sorry.
To the Google page
To
that we
the-
have up for today's session.
To the Google page that we have up for today's session,
Yeah.
if you want to review any of this PowerPoint material or anything like that.
Yes.
Thank you. Yes.
We have wireless access.
I am not sure.
Do it.
There was an email that was just sent out to all the participants that gave you the wireless name and code.
Gotcha. And I know this isn't relevant to the streaming folks, but we're talking about wireless access in the room.
Leave to somebody next to you, they have their phone with the, I'll write it down and it'll come late on the table. How about that?
Sounds good.
It's not, I'm not going to.
Yeah, don't worry.
Okay, so this is really going over how growth is measured in math and ELA for the PSSAs using this model that we have for consecutive grade given assessments. So you guys can come back to this later if you need to and ask more questions about it. But again, the whole idea is we're just taking the difference of the NCEs from one year to the next in that same subject from one grade to the next because we're following that group of kids from one point in time to the next, that cohort of students. So if you think back to those other plots where we were talking about percentiles, just replace all those percentiles with the idea of NCEs, and that's very similar to exactly what's happening. All right, so what about science and the keystones? This is a little bit different. We don't have the idea of just point A to point B. We have different assessments. We have the algebra, biology, the English language arts assessment. We have kids taking these assessments at different grade levels. Some of the kids take algebra in the 8th grade. Some of them take it in the 9th. Some of them take it in the 10th. So it's a little bit different as far as how the assessments are set up and how we measure growth with them. Here we are using more of a regression type model. And the whole idea is we take a student's testing history. The whole idea is we take all the kids across the state that took a certain assessment. So we take all the students that took the algebra assessment in a given year. And then we look at all of their prior testing history. And we look at what the relationship is of algebra with the 8th grade PSSA math, with the 8th grade PSSA ELA assessment, 7th grade, 5th grade, 6th grade, science prior assessments, all the prior assessment data. What's the relationship that we see empirically of that information with that algebra assessment? And then given those relationships, we can then say, well, if you have this particular set of testing history, we can say, on average, how did students at that level perform? And this is where they would likely perform on that algebra assessment. So again, we take all the prior testing history, look at the relationships between that and the Algebra 1 assessment, and for any individual given student, based on their particular set of prior testing history, we can say, on average, how did students do on the algebra test with that prior testing history? Yes?
Are you using propensity scoring then to match them?
No, so we are not. This is more of a so it's not as literal as I'm saying it. Maybe I should say it that way. It is taking just the relationships. If you think of like a multiple regression model, taking the relationships and the parameters. We're not actually matching individual students, but we're saying here's the relationship of 7th grade math and algebra and 8th grade math and algebra, And then given this particular set of testing history, on average, this is where students would likely score. We're not actually taking like a group or a cluster of students and saying you all scored in prior testing history at a very similar spot, and then on average, where do they score on the Algebra 1 assessment?
So it's different than what seems to say up there.
Yes, I absolutely. So that's a very good point, and we don't necessarily, depending on the audience, use these particular sets of slides. But I think for you guys, the way to think about it is certainly we take the Algebra 1 assessment data and look at all the prior testing history of those students, and we find the relationship between that prior testing history and the Algebra 1 test scores. So we're building kind of a multiple regression model. If you want to get technical, it's actually an analysis of covariance model. We then take those parameters and say, given a particular set of prior testing history, here's their expected score on the Algebra 1 test. Yeah. So conceptually, sometimes it's explained as so that students similar to this student, in terms of that prior assessment history, where on average would they score on the Algebra 1 test? But we are not literally taking a group of students that's similarly tested like them with the 12 prior test scores to say, let's take this group of 1,000 kids and on average, where did they score? Does that help? Okay.
It didn't account for
Yeah, fair. Absolutely, fair enough. Yes, what's your question?
So if you have a district where the kids move a lot, now across Pennsylvania that would work, but what about you'd have a high school that has kids who move from Maryland or other places? Can you get their Maryland, or how would you do this then?
So the question is, if kids are moving from another state, well, the first part, there's a lot of kids that move within the state, so we'll talk about them, and then there's also kids that move out from outside the state into the state. In terms of how we're measuring growth, for this particular model, we have to have enough prior testing history to get a good idea of where they're going to score on the Algebra 1 assessment, using my example. What we found is to do that and to sufficiently dampen the amount of measurement error, we need at least 3 prior assessment scores. Those have to be within Pennsylvania. We can't take data from outside the state and match it. So why can't we do that? One, we don't have access to the data from another state, just legally. PDE doesn't have access, I don't think, to like all of the Maryland state assessment data. So we couldn't get that from the state. But also, if you think about how we set up this model, we took all the kids that tested in the Keystone Algebra 1 assessment and looked at all their prior testing history. Most of all those students have or a good percentage of those students have a lot of these prior PSSA scores within Pennsylvania. So we can use those relationships. But if only a few kids or a small handful had scores from something else, we wouldn't necessarily want to use those in the model because we would want a solid set or a solid percentage of those students to have that prior test score.
So would that student then not just be out?
Exactly. So again, we have to have those 3 prior assessment scores. If we don't have those for this type of model, the question is, would that student be out? And yes, that student would be excluded from the model. And when I say 3 prior assessment scores, I don't mean like 3 years of data. It's 3 individual year subject grade pieces of information that would go into the model. All right. And as far as kids moving across Pennsylvania from different districts, we receive data statewide, so we absolutely use that information in the model, no matter where they came from. Now, to the other question that was asked earlier, just to make sure I cover that, the question was, well, students are taking the assessment data time after time after time after time, potentially with these keystones, and which assessment score is actually utilized. There's a lot of different business rules depending on the situations with each individual state. I don't always remember exactly all of them off the top of my head, so Kristen, you might need to help me here.
Pretty darn good though.
So I believe the way the business rule works is if we have multiple scores within a given year, then we're using the highest score. If we have multiple scores across years, and this is where I'm forgetting, is it the first year that they're actually proficient, we don't use anything after that point?
Correct. If the student
Okay.
is proficient, they're not to be retaking a Keystone exam as per department policy.
So if for whatever reason, we have test scores where a kid was proficient in 2014 and then they have a 2015 score, we're not using the 2015 score. And then across time,
May I finish that sentence for you?
Yeah.
I know, you have a lot of, every state has different business rules. So across time, they look at, okay, here's the highest score, let's take the most recently tested year in Pennsylvania. School year 15-16, we look at the scores they have from school year 15-16. Let's say they took Keystone Algebra twice. What's their highest score in school year 15-16, or if they just had one? We also look at prior years, and if there's a score in prior years that was higher, that score from 15-16 would not be used,
There we
10-16
go.
would not be included. So they're trying to really provide a safeguard back to districts as districts are working to remediate based on limited resources, that if the student has the highest score in the most recently tested year, then that student's score is excluded in the reporting for that year that we're providing reporting for.
Yeah, so let me try to say that again for everybody else and make sure I get this right. So within a year, when we get test scores, let's say it's the first year we get test scores on algebra for this individual student. What if they have multiple test scores, whatever the highest test score is, that's the one that we'll use. And this is all policy. This is not something that SAS decided. This is all PD policy of how they want to utilize the test scores in these models. And then across time, if for some reason this student has a higher test score in 2014 than they do with any of the test scores that they have in 2015, all the test scores from 2015 are excluded. Okay. The teacher model is slightly different because that's all about claiming individual students and roster verification, which we'll talk more about. But at the teacher level, we have teachers actively going into PVAAS and saying, I taught this kid for this semester in this course. And because it's done that way, we are then allowing that score to be attributed to that teacher for that particular time point within the model. So if the teacher says, I taught this student in Algebra 1 in a fall semester course, and we get testing data back and there's a fall semester score for Algebra 1, that teacher's connected to that student assessment score, no matter the other business rules as far as the highest test scores over years. And again, this is all based on policy, not something, just to make sure that's clear, that SAS decides, but rather that PD decides on how they want to utilize test scores in the models. All right.
Can you address that a little bit further?
Sure.
Because I'm wrestling with that a little bit.
The policy part?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm assuming that bringing TVAAS to PVAAS, et cetera, costs a considerable amount of money. And I'm also assuming that it costs a lot of money to do the monitoring that you said, who does the assessment of this on a regular basis. And I'm just asking one simple question. Why? For what purpose?
Just the big why of why do we do EVAS in general?
Yes.
Okay. I think there's a lot of different reasons why EVAS is done, and I think you have to look at it from a couple of different angles, maybe. So within EVAS, so why was EVAS started? This information folks felt like was so useful to know, so valuable, that they really wanted to put it into the hands of educators. And so there was a big part of this project when it moved from Tennessee back in 2000 to North Carolina to go to SAS. Prior to that happening, they had teacher value-added measures, they had school and district value-added measures, but they were only distributed out in paper, put in boxes, and folks would never see that information. So what we did was build a web application that allowed all of this information, along with a lot of other diagnostic information, to be put into the hands of educators to help them utilize the information to better serve and possibly, help make a positive difference to different student outcomes. So to potentially influence what teachers are doing in their classroom, to say things like, hey, for whatever reason, I didn't realize this, but I didn't make as much growth with my lowest achieving students last year, and I made a whole lot of growth with my highest achieving students. I wouldn't have known that unless I had some of this information in my hands. So we're trying to provide this reporting in a very user-friendly format so that they can reflect on that, use it, and make some changes that potentially could positively serve individual students and their educational outcomes. So that's just one thing. I mean, and looking at the individual teacher level, we also want administrators to know, well, so some of the other reasons are, in terms of looking at student growth, we've seen that a lot of the variation of the amount of growth that's made by individual students, we can see that more of the variation is due to the individual teacher than due to the school that they're in. So knowing some information at the teacher level in terms of this value-added growth data could be helpful. In fact, if administrators had a way of seeing this information, maybe they could say, well, I know this teacher has historically done great with fifth grade math, but not so much with fifth grade reading. And so maybe we need to have them focus more on math and not as much on reading. Or instead of thinking about it that way, maybe we need to find another teacher that's been really doing well with fifth grade reading and see if we can get them together, talk more, share best practices so that we can see a positive change on the amount of growth the teacher's making at the fifth grade reading level. So
is the system in part designed to assess teachers? Is it an evaluation system of teachers?
Value-added models in and of itself and the EVAAS reporting is not just a teacher evaluation system by any means. There is much more to it than just the idea of we're just evaluating teachers. There's all this diagnostic information, there's all the school level value-added data, there's all the diagnostic data at the school level, at the district level. It's trying to show trends and patterns of growth data in all kinds of different levels, in all kinds of different ways. Now, how each individual state is using this information varies very widely depending on the state and depending on their policies and goals and what they want to do. So is it also used in accountability systems at the district and school level? Absolutely it is, because it is a reliable way to measure the growth of students, and it has a lot of positive attributes about it, and I can talk more about those in just a second.
I think it's important
I think
that
Terry wants
to understand this because, I mean, we're in the profession of preparing teachers.
Sure.
And generally speaking, I think most of us look at teachers as being professionals. That we want to prepare professionals to go and work with young people and students through K-12, et cetera. And generally looking at the profession as more than a teacher to implement somebody else's ideas, rather looking at somebody who's more of an independent professional that can look at a whole array of things. I mean, maybe the growth didn't happen because that there was a divorce, a change in curriculum, a death in a family, adolescence is coming on, or on a whole array of factors that can account for that. And so if the system is looking at teachers void of those other factors, then, you know, that's a serious, I think that's a serious issue.
Sure. So I want to let Terry chime in if you want to, Terry, and then I want to address this exact point that you're talking about.
What I wanted to say is for Pennsylvania, that we see that growth data is better than looking at a single assessment. And there definitely is a debate now going on about exactly what should we be looking at and what weight should it hold. And that debate is going to happen here in Pennsylvania because of PSSA or ESSA. And but the bottom line is that people want us to look at a variety of measures, and I don't think that anyone could argue that looking at growth data isn't better than looking at what a student scored on a given day when there might have been some kind of thing going on in their personal life where they don't feel well or something. And that's why you'll notice that when you look at the growth data, you have to do it over multiple years. And good people will use it to look at the school or the teachers and say, we need to look at what we're teaching, because the things that the state of Pennsylvania's residents and policyholders have said that students need to know, we're missing the mark. And so what is it that we're not getting to? And a good growth assessment will not only tell you did the student learn and grow a given period in that year, or over, in our case, a 3-year period, and then beyond the 3-year period. We don't even look at it until there's 3 years of data. So, but also, where did the child have their issues? What area of mathematics is it that we have to look at? And is it only for a certain group of students? You have that ability with what we're doing here. So the debate over how much weight should it be given, right now Act 82 in Pennsylvania sets what the weights are and what is used in evaluation. That could change. We're seeing that debate happening across the country. Changes are occurring. But I think that what we're talking about here is what is the value of growth data as opposed to static data on a given day that the student took the test.
Yeah, and I think there's one thing to, I think, embedded in some of your questioning that maybe just needs to be talked about, real quick. So, by no means are we trying to make the statement that value-added measures for individual teachers are 100% causal measures. We're not trying to say that because the amount of growth this group of kids make that on average is with this teacher and this individual subject and grade in a year was without a doubt just because of that teacher. You know, I hear you when you're saying things like, well, what about this death in a family, or what about something that happened to this student or this individual student? I go back again to what I was saying earlier. We don't measure growth on individual kids, and these are some of the other reasons why. We know things happen. We know there's a lot of measurement error in any one given test score for an individual student, or thinking about 2 test scores for a student. We know there's a lot of measurement error in that data. We're looking at overall trends. We're looking at all the students that a teacher has in a particular subject and grade, and on average, what's happening. And again, using that individual value-added measure for that subject and grade, we're not trying to say, and we're not, the model is not saying, this is 100% without a doubt because of the influence of this individual teacher. But what we are looking at and what we do see in the data is that, as Terry was saying, over time, looking at multiple years of this information, there are trends and patterns that tend to appear in certain teachers that on average are making a lot of growth with their kids year after year after year are very likely to continue to do so down the road. And some of the other teachers that are making a lot less growth with their students year after year after year are very likely to continue to do so down the road. And so when I say it's not 100% causal, I really truly mean that. They aren't 100% causal, but is there some? Is there some influence embedded in these measures? Is there some, especially when thinking about multiple years of data and looking at it all together? Yeah, I think there is some attributable to that individual teacher. I absolutely do. And I think that's also why we see things like, a larger proportion of the variation of growth that's made by individual students is attributable to the teacher rather than the school or rather than the district. I think that's definitely why you see some of that information. But I don't want people to get the wrong idea by what we're saying. So just to clear that up, it's 2 questions. Go ahead.
So I don't want to be just deductive either, because I know you have an agenda. But I kind of resonate with what he's saying, because it could even be a positive effect. It doesn't have to be a negative effect. When I was a classroom teacher, I implemented this program called Interactive Math, where the students were required to read a lot, and it bumped up the reading scores. Well, the reading teacher had nothing to do with that, but she had those students, so according to your model, she would get the credit for having moved those kids. I taught that program in the same school for 5 years, so but that was a side effect that we noticed, which was a positive, of course, but the mathematics program increased the reading performance for the students. And so if you're going to attribute data to teachers, I think that there has to be some kind of a guideline for the institution as well, in terms of did they implement new programs, did they do other things that could also promote that growth?
Yeah, I mean, this
attributed to an individual.
this is a really good point. So, we know this is not exactly your example. So, sorry, the question was really around, as a teacher, you were implementing programs in math that you felt like positively influenced reading outcomes of individual students. So, attributing that just to a reading teacher might not be
A true representation of what happened, that's all.
Yeah, exactly. So part of what we're trying to do within these value-added measures is figure out associating kind of instructional responsibility of certain test scores to individual teachers. And that's what this whole roster verification system is about. So it's this idea of I am kind of 100% responsible for what happened in reading this year with these students, or, well, I'm only 80% responsible for what's happened with these students in reading, and this other teacher is 20% responsible for that. So maybe there's a specialist teacher that's coming in to help, or maybe there is a different teacher that's helping do some other program that's influencing. And by all means, that information can be captured within the roster verification. Is it being done so for the exact example that you're using? I'm not entirely sure. Could they be making that local decision that they are going to do that? I think absolutely. I think they certainly could. This teacher has been doing a program that's been helping reading, therefore we are attributing some of the reading growth or where they've ended up in reading back to that individual teacher. So it could be done. And then you start getting into the idea of so you have this other reading teacher, and they may teach, let's say, 100 kids, and you as the second teacher are only teaching 40 of those kids in this other program. And for whatever reason, those other students, those 40 students, tend to do a whole lot better than all the other group of 100 on average. The model is going to figure that out, right? And it's going to say, well, it appears that whenever you're partly responsible, that a lot more positive growth is being made, and so that's going to show up in the value-added measures within the model. Yes, do you have a question?
Does the model apply to an entire district? Because I believe you say that it's a group of students, they're talking about classrooms, but does it apply to the entire district? I mean, I know that, for instance, the cases of schools for Pennsylvania just came out, and they are kind of flat in relation to last year. Is the model applied?
At the district level?
Huh?
Sorry, you're asking, is the model applied at the district level?
What are the sites of application of that?
Yeah, absolutely. So the question is, at what levels, if you will, is the value-added model applied to classroom, school, and district? And it is all three of those. So we are looking at...
So in Pennsylvania, we do the three of them?
That's right. So you can find district-level growth measures. Well, within the EVAAS or PVAAS system, you can find district-level growth measures in all the individual subjects and grades. You can find school-level growth measures in all the individual subjects and grades in different years, and at the teacher level as well. So, there's a lot of benefit of seeing information like, okay, so here's where my school is in terms of all these different subjects and grades. If I look at the district, and for whatever reason, the district does great in math across the board, but not fifth grade math. As a whole, the district at fifth grade math is in growth very poor, and then 4th, 6th, 7th, and 8th are very, very large positive amounts of growth. Something might be going on at the district level as a whole, and that's why they're seeing that information aggregated up that high that has such a positive trend one way or the other. So that's absolutely something, another one of those reasons of why is there EVAAS? It's also to look at all these other levels or layers of data to see if there's overall trends. Did you want to say?
Just real quick. So, back why EVAAS? Achievement doesn't tell the whole story. It doesn't tell the whole story about what's happening with groups of students. The growth data is letting districts ask questions about about why groups of students have been moving or not moving, in a particular direction, either, moving forward in terms of growth or not. And to get to the important questions, it lets them focus, where do I need to ask questions at the district, school, grade, and or teacher level about curriculum instruction, assessment, and organization. And we have questions to help them do that, because people aren't sure. I'm not sure what to ask, why we're seeing this wonderful growth, or why we see an area of need. I don't know what questions I need to ask in terms of curriculum instruction, assessment, and organization at the district, school, grade, subject, and or teacher level. So we have questions to help them do that. That's the work people need help doing. How to diagnose, reflect, assess their work in those areas. And the growth data helps put a lens on where to look and where to ask those questions and the kind of questions to ask.
I think she had her hand first. Yeah.
On the data that's aggregated by teacher, sorry, Freudian slip, aggregated by teacher, is the College of Education that certified the teacher identified?
So the question is, on the data that's aggregated by teacher, is the College of Education identified?
Yes.
Are you asking in the sense of, like, prior to us calculating the value-added measures for teachers, do we take into account?
I'll make it really simple. I'm CAPE accredited. I need data, value-added data for CAPE. Is my certification officer going to be able to go in, look at the PVAAS, and figure out how our graduates did?
So to be very clear, we are going to share that information with you later today.
Can you give us a preview, yes or no?
We're going to give you that data later today, maybe I should say. Unless you want to preview right now, which will kind of derail everything, I think. Yeah, did you
So
ever?
I guess the answer is yes. Wait until later.
Yes.
Yeah, sorry.
Thank you.
To be really clear, so what we're trying to do with this session is first start out by answering some questions around value added in general to get the conceptual understanding of what type of growth we're actually measuring prior to just handing out information that might be misunderstood. So we're going to do that first, and then in the second half of the session, we are going to share with you guys with your individual institutions. You will be able to see some of the data of your individual institution that's been aggregated up in a couple of different ways. First, we're going to go through like how we did all that stuff so you guys get a good understanding. We'll hand it out. You guys can digest it, ask questions. We can come back and do that. Does that sound like a plan? Okay. Question?
Yes. Earlier you talked about how the system is used to close the loop on student performance. So if that's the case, is the closing the loop, does that actually take place in the system? Or is that reporting of how we're using the data, how we've made changes, and then subsequent impacts, is that reported outside the system?
So I think I understand your question. Basically, when I was saying earlier something like a teacher can identify whether or not their lowest achieving students made more growth than their highest achieving students, and maybe they would make some kind of change, and then whether or not this system will report maybe what the change was they made and then what the difference was that next year when they see the data. Okay, so the short answer is it's going to show the outcome information from year to year. It's not going to show or know, if you will, the changes that were made by the individual teachers. There's no way for them to kind of like note take or enter in information about this is what we did differently. I think at the individual teacher level, folks could certainly be doing that kind of stuff, and they could think to themselves, okay, I did this differently this year, and here's the outcome from this year or next year, and just kind of figure it out on their own. But no, it wouldn't let them enter that other information.
That would take place outside the system, is what you're saying.
That's correct. And I mean, so just one thing to say on that, PVAAS doesn't know all the contextual information about what's going on in schools and school districts and teachers' classrooms. I mean, but they do, right? And they can look into that information using EVAS at least to say, well, here are all the outcomes that we saw in terms of growth. Oh, growth was different this year compared to last year in 6th grade math. Oh, but we lost this teacher that was senior that was really, really good. And so, we would never know something like that, but they would have that information. And I think that's how a lot of folks actually do use PVAAS, is taking into consideration all the things that they know that have happened in the school district or school or in their classroom, and trying to identify maybe why some of those changes have occurred. Absolutely.
That's the questions I was talking about that we have, and I'm having Gal add a link up on your page for today called Digging Deeper. We have it for every content area, digging deeper into curriculum, instruction, assessment, organization at the district, school, and then down at the teacher level.
All right.
That's the hard work.
I think if you guys don't mind, we'll take a quick 5-minute break. All right.
Okay, thank you. So the restrooms are right out in the hallway here. If you need a restroom, and there's plenty of breakfast food left up here, so please help yourself.
Yeah, that's what we wanted to do with this second session. But we, like I was saying, we just at least wanted to open it up. I think it's important to get the foundation. And then, I'm sure there's going to be lots of questions afterwards. And I'm sure, so one of the things is there's not a lot of data, right? There's not a lot of evaluated measures for each college, for completers for recent years, and there's not been this information being captured at the state level for a long time in a very kind of clean way. So I think moving into the future there's going to be more, but right now we have some preliminary stuff we can share.
Where did you first day
It doesn't mean that they're more proficient.
What I saw on the classes where they give it out.
The girl was saying how they were trying to hire students in Abington, and they
I don't know, I just got it in. I wasn't happy to
Exactly, I know.
A lot of meetings.
Sure.
Okay, so we're going to be regathering back at our table soon.
Yeah, we thought we were going to be able to come over the didn't quite work out. Like, we really saw a lot of people. Oh, yeah. It's really pretty.
Also, we're down on Schoolhouse Row. Is that where we ended up?
Yeah, we did the whole loop around the art museum on the river on the south side. Well, you got to do the right. All right, guys, I think we're going to go ahead and get started again. If you don't mind. All right. So to finish out this conversation, I feel like a lot of what we've been talking about has been high level and conceptual, but the actual value-added models themselves are quite sophisticated, a little more complex. Why is that the case? Well, we really are trying to use as much student testing data in the models at the same time as we can, and we're trying to not exclude students with missing data as much as we can. And so we know that that issue exists within student testing data, and we know these three issues exist within student testing data, and that's really the reason that they become so complex and have to be so much more sophisticated. So the biggest one is measurement error. I can't stress this enough. We know that an individual test score is not a true value of knowledge that a student has in a content area, but rather an estimate of that. And unlike something like a thermometer or scale, it's not the most precise measure either. I love when you guys used to send out student-level reports, and they used to say, you know, your kid scored a 1450 on this assessment. If they were to take it again, they would have scored a 1300 to a 1500 or something like that. Because they know there's measurement error in these individual test scores, and they know they're not perfect. And so they were trying to give like a band of a range of scores that those students would do if they took the test again. So because of that, we try to use as much data as we can. So in that math and ELA model, we're using all grades, many, many years of data all simultaneously to measure the amount of growth that kids are making to dampen the effects of measurement error. That's why we use as much prior testing history as we possibly can, and when we predict where a student's going to end up on an algebra assessment or a biology assessment. And we also have models in such a way that we don't automatically exclude students just because they have missing data. For whatever reason, if they missed 8th grade math, they don't get thrown out of the model immediately. All right, so what do we include within PVAAS? I feel like we've talked a lot about this. Student assessment data, verified student-teacher linkages. So we have teachers go into roster verification. They are identifying the individual students that they taught this most recent year. They are identifying the proportion of the instructional responsibility that they have, the proportion of the year they were with them, and whether or not they shared instruction with anyone else in that particular subject and grade for that student. All this information is done at the individual teacher level. It is validated by the principals at the principal level, and then again goes up to the district level. So we actually keep an audit trail of whoever made any changes to that data all along the way. We know who, when, what they changed, all that stuff in case we ever need it later for whatever reason. So that's all embedded within the PVAAS system and opens up in the springtime every year towards the end of the year so that teachers can get in and do that. So one of the questions I'm sure is whether or not we use demographic and socioeconomic characteristics within these models. So this is kind of a big conversation. We are not directly adjusting for socioeconomic and demographic characteristics in PVAAS. There's two levels of thinking about this. The first is whether or not, like, the individual predicted score for a student could be adjusted knowing that they are economically disadvantaged. And the way to really think about this is, if you have all of this prior testing history on this individual student, all of that testing history generally has been influenced by the fact that, on average, kids that are economically disadvantaged don't score as high, or on average, these socioeconomic characteristics don't score as high. That's all embedded into those individual prior testing points. So knowing information about whether or not the individual student is economically disadvantaged doesn't provide you additional data. So it's not going to change the individual expectation of growth. Thinking about, now I know I've been saying we don't make individual student growth measures, but just if you think about it that way, it's not going to influence where you expect any individual student to score. That's all going to be influenced by prior achievement, not by those socioeconomic or demographic characteristics on top of that. At least the demographic and socioeconomic characteristics that are captured in statewide data systems. You know, I know we've been talking about things like, well, what if this student had a death in the family? Well, do students typically score lower after that's happened? Yeah, maybe so. That's certainly not something that's being captured in some kind of statewide database, and probably doesn't need to be either. So we're only talking about things that which we could make some type of adjustments with. Another way to think about the economically disadvantaged flags or anything like this at the individual student level, say you have two kids and you have 6 years of testing data and they're exactly the same as one another. Year after year after year, math and reading, every single test score is the exact same for two students. One happens to be economically disadvantaged, one does not. Would you change where you think their next year's test score would be? I think not. I mean, they have 6 years of testing data where they've tested the exact same. You know, why would we change something just based on some characteristic, some flag like that on top of it? Now, the second level of thinking about this is whether or not adjustments are necessary or need to be made based on the percentage of students at a school or percentage of students in a classroom that are economically disadvantaged. These are two very different things in terms of making some kind of adjustment at the student level, which a lot of research has shown by a lot of different folks other than us that it's unnecessary as long as you can account for enough prior student testing history. So that's one side. The other side, the pure characteristic level, whether or not there's any relationship between value-added measures, growth measures in general, and the percentage of students that are economically disadvantaged at a school or the percentage of students that are economically disadvantaged in a classroom. There are cases where there are relationships with that type of information. And I think the big question would be, why necessarily? Why would there be a relationship? There's not the relationship at the student level, but for some reason when students are clustered in terms of having like a high percentage of students that are economically disadvantaged, our growth measures potentially on average not as high. Again, this doesn't happen in every subject and grade we see, and we'll go through and look at some of this. But there are cases in certain states and some subjects and grades that we do see some of this information. So prior to looking at some of this data, let me just give you an example of one way to think about this. And I'm not saying this is the only reason, but just one possible explanation. So if you have very high poverty levels, on average the schools might be lower achieving. You might be focused more on math and reading than you are on something like science. And if there's not as much focus placed on science, thinking about the relative achievement from one year to the next, it might not look quite the same in science as it does in math and reading, because they're not potentially exposing students as much to science. They're focusing more on math and reading. So it is something that we see in some states, not all states by any means, but certain states we do see some of those relationships. I'm going to talk a lot more about this later, But to show you guys just some data, so this is achievement versus the percent economically disadvantaged. Each of these yellow dots represents a school within Pennsylvania. It's for the 2015 school level growth results. So again, we're talking about this idea of entering achievement level. Yes?
Achievement or growth?
Achievement. On the
Pushing back to achievement. We're not talking about PVAAS now.
growth, achievement. Yep. So we're just trying to illustrate the point. No, it's a really good question, though. This is achievement. Just to illustrate again, we go back to this idea of like the difference of achievement and growth, and what do these things look like over time. So again, it's pretty well known that achievement is generally related to the percent economically disadvantaged or some type of poverty indicator. As you go to the right on this graph, we have higher poverty schools across the state of Pennsylvania. Go to the left, we have lower poverty schools. We can see the general trend of achievement kind of dipping down as we go to the right. We take this exact same group, again, an across-grade math measure with PSSA. This is growth now on the vertical, and still economically disadvantaged across the horizontal. And you can see the whole relationship kind of flattens out. All right, so now we have schools on the very far right-hand side that tend to make growth. This zero line right here is that expectation of growth. You know, if they maintain their same relative position. So above that line, on average, students are increasing that relative position in terms of statewide student achievement from one year to the next, so that positive amount of growth. Below that line, they're kind of losing a little bit. On the far left-hand side, you can see those are the schools that are very, very low poverty and kind of all the poverty levels in between. We see there's a decent spread across the whole spectrum of poverty in terms of student growth. All right. So growth and achievement. So what about growth measures versus an entering achievement type measure? What does that look like? So is it the case that all the highest achieving schools across the state can't make growth because they're already up at the top, which we were talking a little bit about earlier? Those would be the schools on the far right-hand side of this graph. So achievement, again, is across the horizontal. These are some of the highest achieving schools. This is the highest achieving school in terms of math across grades on average in the state. And we do see that they're above the line in terms of growth. So we see there's a lot of schools up here. There's a lot of schools down here. On the far left-hand side, there's a lot of schools that are making more growth than expected, a lot of schools that are making less growth than expected. Yes?
So the 80 is an NCE?
Correct.
Okay. So if the NCE is 90 or 100 and there's nothing there, no growth. Is that correct? According to your...
But there aren't schools that are up there. These are all the schools in the state. And so I understand like the hypothetical, what if a school on average was 99? The thing is, it just doesn't happen. We don't see schools like that. On average, all of their students, not every student is scoring like the top 2 scores on the test across the entire group of kids within a school in math. It just isn't something.
But when you go down to the class level, it's...
Yeah, and even at the classroom level, it's not something that we generally see. And I don't have plots like this, unfortunately, at the teacher level with me today, but they certainly can be made. And it isn't something that we see, whereas all the highest achieving classrooms are not making positive growth. It is something we look at every year. Trust me, we definitely do. All right. And I believe these measures are actually available on the public PVAAS site. So these across grade measures, you can go to pvaas.sas.com and just look up these measures. Now, granted, after tomorrow, that information won't be made available because all the New Year's data will be coming out and the public information will be released at a later date. So if you look at this in 2 days and it's not there, I tried to say.
We do post historical scatter plots up on the PDE PVAAS webpage for, they're up there for like 6 years or something. they generally look similar to this. I mean,
Right.
it's not like, whoa, things went crazy this year.
Right.
Don't say that.
So historical data is published on the PDE site with this information. Yes.
When does that roster verification happen? And I'm asking because in my previous institution, state, it usually happens around January and February. But that being said, what about attendance issues? Students, and how do you determine to exclude students who have those issues?
So roster verification opens every year around May 1 to first week of May, let's say, somewhere around the first part of May. And in terms of attendance issues, some states have policies, some do not. Kristen, I don't know if you want to speak directly.
Sure, I will. Yeah, attendance, first of all, we communicate back to districts that they should be implementing their policies that they have for students to be unenrolled from a course, based on, for example, students been, absent for 10 consecutive days. That communication beefed up people implementing the policies they already have, which wasn't necessarily happening in all places. Attendance is not directly taken into account. They look at what proportion of, the window of time from when that course starts to when the state assessment is administered is a student concurrently enrolled with that teacher. Now, the attendance discussion comes up, as you might expect. We get asked about that. And so here's where that conversation goes. Typically, people are thinking about lower achieving students who've had, long-term attendance kinds of issues. We hear this a lot with, a lot of our, urban districts across the state. If students have a history of attendance issues, and if the assumption's correct that has in fact impacted their performance on state assessments, it's taken into account, because if they have had a history of lower performance because they haven't been coming to school, it's taken into account in the model, because their whole history, in kind of a simpler way I explain it, their baseline takes that into account if they haven't been there, and in fact that has impacted their performance. So we have other discussions we have around attendance with schools about that. That was a department decision when Act 82 was implemented, direct from the secretary when that was being implemented.
So the to quickly summarize on the mic, course enrollment essentially is taken into account in roster verification. So how much of the year the student was actually enrolled with the school, but attendance, to be specific, is not necessarily directly taken into account. But students that have very low attendance that could have impacted achievement over time is taken into account by taking into account prior achievement data. And there's certainly a lot of...
Are you seeing any effects of students opting out of the PASS scores or the PSSA scores, and effects this might have?
Effects on growth measures?
Parents and students making decisions not to take the test.
No, I totally understand. So the question's around opting out, and I understand that part of it. You're saying, is there any effect? So effect on validity of the value-added measures? No. So no, we're not seeing any effect on that, because we have a statewide group of kids that are taking the assessment every year, and to the extent that that's going to be somewhat changed by kids opting out, we certainly aren't seeing a huge proportion of students opting out. We certainly would be taking into account, though, if there was a larger proportion of them opting out, to adjust this idea of overall achievement to make sure that the population from one year to the next hasn't changed because of opting out. But students miss test scores all the time, and for us on our side at least, a student opting out versus just having no test score, we don't have any way to see it as a difference. It's just missing test data, and there's certainly been that in a lot of cases, a lot of different.
The other place to go with that discussion about opting out is to specifically ask to look at how many students are we talking by state assessment, meaning by subject grade and keystone content area. A district, I live in Lancaster, Lebanon County, your district's talking, hey, we each have, 15, 20, 25 students. You spread that out across state assessed subject grade course, you're talking, now that's different. I know there's some districts here in the southeast and there's been some different proportions of that. But,
do you want to ask a follow-up question real quick?
No, I'm going to ask a different one.
Okay. Do you want to ask a question first?
So what about like individual school districts that have a high percentage of opt-out from specific either socioeconomic status groups or racial groups or something like that?
Yeah, so the question is, what about specific school districts that might have a higher percentage of students opting out? And if it's from, you're saying certain socioeconomic and demographic groups, but maybe it's kind of certain achievement subgroups, if you will, or just whatever. There's a group of kids that are opting out and a higher percentage in a school district. So again, I mean, we have students with missing test data all the time. The value-added measures are essentially, especially math and ELA, are trying to measure the amount of growth of the population of students served. So if they were in that school district last year and now all of a sudden all don't have testing data this year, the model takes that into account. It's not going to unfairly, like, for instance, we take a school district and all the highest achieving kids just started opting out. And so last year's, on average, where they were is potentially higher because all those kids opted out this year and none of them took the test. It's going to take that into account and not unfairly use just the last year of everybody that tested compared to this year that everybody that tested. It's going to adjust what last year's kind of mean achievement was based on the fact that all of those students didn't take the tests this year, and it will, help accommodate for things like that. Did you have a question?
Ask a strange question. Have you become aware of any, maybe it's for the state, of teachers' unions or districts complaining that teachers don't want to teach certain grade levels or subject areas because of the pressure from the reporting the test scores?
So the question is, have we received any information from teacher unions or any other groups, school districts, about teachers not wanting to teach certain subjects and grades because of pressure of tests? And I mean, to be, at least from my perspective, I guess, that's not just growth, right? That's high pressure in general of just
to the test and
the
accountability
test scores
level that I have my name on this test with my students. I
Sure.
have to sign a roster.
So I have not specifically heard anything from school districts or unions saying teachers now don't want to teach certain subjects and grades because of things like this. But maybe some other folks in the room have heard some of that. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I mean, have we heard people having that conversation? I think it's fair to say we've heard that conversation. I think, a teacher cannot be dismissed on one measure as a part of the evaluation system. So a teacher can't be dismissed because of a low value-added score. It's not allowed. The others, just to look back at what proportion of the overall system, the overall teacher evaluation system for classroom teachers who have responsibility in tested subjects, grades, and courses, would PVAAS reflect in that evaluation? If a teacher does have 3 consecutive years of PVAAS teacher-specific reporting, they then get what's called a 3-year average. Not until they have 3 years in a row of reporting. So we're not just doing it based on 1 year. Some states might do that. Pennsylvania did not do that. They said 3 years in a row. That measure, if that's available, is no less than 10% and no more than, I think it's like 14.97, because there's 4 measures in the evaluation system, the 15% slice of the pie, on teacher-specific data. PVAAS is one of those measures. So, somebody can't get dismissed on value add alone.
So Kristen's answer to this question is mainly the fact that there's multiple measures within the evaluation system, and overall the weighting of something like PVAAS or the growth specific is relatively small compared to the overall percentage. And Kristen, it's 15 or less or 10 or less.
Yeah, that whole slice of the pie, the 4 types of teacher specific, is 15%. PVAAS is one of those 4. It's available as a 3-year average, no less than 10%.
Yep.
But you have the other measures available you need to use as well to make up the 15.
Which, just to be clear again, like SAS's side, the group I represent, PVAAS, and the work that we do, we're not making the decisions around the policies, the evaluation system, or anything around that. We're just talking about the growth measures and the way in which those work. Yes?
I have a follow-up question to what Kristen just said. Does a teacher have to be in the same school district for 3 years in a row to get a PVAAS score?
Yes.
That's a good question.
As long as
three-year average, they do need to be within the same school district so they can change schools. However, there's some language in the legislation that allows for the teacher to have the choice if the teacher would like that data to follow them if they change LEAs, if they change districts. So that choice is up to the teacher.
Do we know if they can hear her by any chance?
Okay.
Okay.
Because I'm pretty loud.
So the question was all around whether or not teachers have to be in the same district 3 years in a row to be able to receive a value-added measure and a 3-year value-added measure. And the short answer is yes, but even if they're not, they can work with their school district to opt into using data across school districts to use that 3 years of data.
John, I wonder if you could characterize that chart a bit. Is that a good picture? Is that showing problems? I mean, what is the significance of that data to districts?
So I think the significance of this chart, well, first let me say, so can I characterize the chart is the question. This is typical of what we see when we look at growth versus achievement, as long as growth is measured in this type of way. And what I mean by that is there's a good distribution of growth across the achievement spectrum. So we're seeing schools on the far left, above and below that expectation line in the middle. We're seeing schools on the far right, above and below, and there's kind of a lot of scatter across the whole spectrum in the center. So why is this significant to school districts? I think, sometimes folks feel like, well, I'm not sure. I mean, we've heard many different things. I'm not sure we are able to measure growth because we're so high achieving. And maybe that school district, if they were just to plot themselves, would be somewhere right here. And they might just think to themselves, I'm very high achieving. I know I'm very high achieving. I've been seeing that I'm high achieving year after year after year for the past 20 years. And that's why we're not able to make positive amounts of growth. But the significance here is for folks to be able to say, well, why don't I find some school districts like me? So why don't I take a slice of this? And again, this is on the public site. And then I can see, well, these are school districts that are relative in terms of achievement, very similar to me. And so there are some school districts that are making a lot of positive growth. I can identify who those school districts are and maybe reach out to them to see what they may be doing differently. So that's what I would say is, one of the biggest significant pieces of information that you would obtain using data like this. Yeah, is there another question?
Yeah, kind of follow up on your point. If I remember correctly, you used to be able to use e-metric, the e-metric system, which is
Still available.
But it's old. You don't. I haven't been able to get into the recent stuff anymore.
It's updated annually, but yeah.
But yeah, with that, you just go in and it would tell you what each of those bubbles were. What schools, right?
It just doesn't have growth data. So eMetric lets you look at the achievement side of what's happened in terms of performance.
Right.
It doesn't give you the growth part of the equation.
Recent stuff, yeah.
Yeah.
So you couldn't do that, what he just said, with recent data, because you don't have the growth.
You couldn't do it in eMetric because eMetric doesn't even hold the growth data. The only place you can look at achievement and growth together is in the PVAAS system.
Okay.
Yeah, so we can look at some of the functionality of this during lunch too when we do the demo, and it's kind of cool because you could zoom in, maybe zoom into that slice and then hover over all the dots and actually see the school names come up, or look at school districts. So there is a lot of different ways of looking at it. Yeah. Yes.
You had said earlier that if a teacher has low PVAAS scores for several years in a row, it's highly likely they will also in the future. Is the same thing true of schools and school districts?
We definitely, I would say, see probably a little more variability from a school district because there's kind of a lot more things going on within school districts than just looking at the individual teacher. So to repeat the question, earlier I had said that if we see teachers generally that have low value-added measures year after year after year, they're likely to have low value-added measures in the future, or on the other side, if they have high value-added measures year after year after year, they're likely to have them in the future. If we see something like that at the school level, is it just as likely that schools kind of remain stable over time? And I would say, no, not necessarily. There's a lot more going on at the school or even the district level, a lot more changes that take place, and we don't see them being as kind of, if you have 3 years of data in fifth grade math at the teacher level saying you are highly effective, then it's a solid probability that you're going to be highly effective kind of 3 years out into the future. We don't see that the same way at the school and district level. Yes.
I'm trying to wrap my mind around the achievement and the growth thing, and I'm not very good at number of statistics. But my question is, so when you show the achievement slide, it was clear that low-income schools were doing worse in terms of achievement, as measured by test scores. When you went into growth, it seemed like the schools have unified. There is growth kind of across the schools, right? Or that picture shows that. So my question is, well, would that mean that the achievement is going to improve next year, or the fact that there is growth doesn't mean that the achievement is going to improve? And I know that this is how to read the data. I know the value of what you're presenting, but is the growth helping us to predict achievement in any way? Because, the results for Philadelphia just came out, and they're kind of flat in relation to last year. I'm sure there is growth, but it doesn't transform into achievement. So, what do we... I know we can use that data, but the question is, does growth help us to not only predict, but to have better achievement? That's the question.
Yeah, so to summarize, when we see growth measures that are very high or low, is it kind of predictive that achievement's going to look a certain way in the future for those school districts? Is it going to give us information if growth looks high that the achievement is just going to keep going up for a school district? So let's level set a little bit and talk about, when we say achievement, what are you guys typically thinking of?
You're mentioning as test scores, right? The PSSA, right?
So proficiency on the PSSA. Proficiency, the idea of being proficient on the PSSA doesn't play into growth measures at all. Achievement performance levels does not weigh into growth just whatsoever. Proficient, advanced, any of these things. So if I went to go back to those original slides where I had a line that marked proficiency and we saw some kids moving up, moving down, those lines that mark proficiency could be way up here, and we could have very low percentages of proficiency across the state. They could be down here, and we could have very high percentage of proficiencies across the state. And they make no difference in terms of the growth measures, because growth measures are all about relative achievement levels from one year to the next. When we create those NCEs, proficiency, advanced, all the other achievement levels make no difference whatsoever. It's all about looking at that overall distribution of student achievement and looking at that relative position of student achievement. Where do they fall in those distributions? So maybe another way to make this point is, when we moved from one test to another, the percentage of students that were proficient dropped dramatically from one year to the next. Growth measures still remained balanced and even, because we define the growth measure as based on essentially the average progress made that year. So it's always this relative measure to the average progress made in a given year. And so if the proficiency level drops tremendously just because we have a new test and they are saying it's more rigorous and we want to say that you need to learn more to be considered, or know more to be considered proficient in a certain subject and grade, that doesn't weigh into the growth measure whatsoever. Now, having said that, this plot shows a spread of growth across the poverty levels. So some of these schools that happen to be towards the top of this spread up here are those schools making more progress than was expected. And so what we're seeing, if you want to break it down in terms of achievement from one year to the next, is on average, this school in fourth grade in 2015 may have been at an NC of like 45, and then next year they were on average at a 50. Can I translate that directly into the percentage of kids that are proficient? Not at all. But I can translate it into something like the average percentile of students in that school district and say that relative to everybody else, on average, these kids were at something like the 45th percentile this year in the school district, and then the next year they were at the 50th percentile. And so their achievement relative to everyone else increased. But it doesn't directly translate into the percentage of students that are proficient or advanced on an assessment. Katrina?
I want to note one thing in response to that question. If you can go to the next slide, Dawn. So this is where, especially when I'm talking to parents or people who are like looking at school they want to send their child. I looked at this for Tennessee when I 12 nieces and nephews, so I was like, where do I want them to go? This upper right-hand quadrant is what you see of high achievement, kids earning high achievement, and they're growing. So that's kind of where you want your kids to be. You want them to have high achieving schools and they're growing at more than the standard. But in answer to your question about, well, what about the kids who aren't proficient yet? If you look at this lower left-hand quadrant, that's where we would really focus attention as a state, if our school is a state. Because these are the kids that are coming in at a lower achievement level and they're not making what we expect in progress each year. So where we're really wanting to say, where are our best practices is this upper left-hand corner up here. These are the kids that are entering at a lower achievement level, but they're making more growth than we expect. That's where you want to focus if you want to talk about closing the achievement gap. Because these are kids coming in at a lower achievement level and they're making more progress. Now, as Sean said, proficiency levels change as you change tests. So what does that look like? Well, we don't know, but we know that they're moving towards the goals that we're setting for them. They're making more progress than we expected a year, even for low achieving students. So that's where you think, people say that all kids can't learn. Well, this show's different. All kids can learn, and they are. So let's focus on what they're doing there to move all kids forward.
But in a way, and I'm sorry, I don't want to go much further, but in a way, it seems like they're dealing with two different independencies here. So different independent set of data. One is growth and one is achievement, and the one doesn't necessarily impact the other. So it seems like we need to take them independently.
Well, I would say so. One doesn't necessarily one achievement doesn't necessarily impact growth, and that's actually this is a good thing, right? Like, we don't want to have a growth measure that says, well, all the lowest achieving schools don't make growth, all the highest achieving schools do. Because then, do we really have a growth measure? No, we more have just another measure that's measuring achievement. So I would say it's actually a really good thing that we have growth measures that don't have this necessary relationship between the entering achievement of students and then how much growth that they're making. And I think you're making such an excellent point. We measure growth. This is like what we do as a group. We measure growth. By no means am I ever going to say achievement is not important to look at. And I think, so they are two independent measures. I think it's just two different ways of looking at data, looking at it differently. And I think that this idea of, so back to your original question, if I was thinking about a state, how do I know it? Can I say that the state's moving forward in terms of, are they going to have higher achievement next year because we're seeing lots of growth or not seeing growth or whatever? I think the answer really is, well, that's why we have achievement to look at year over year. And we want to look at that achievement for a state or for a school district to say, well, on average, we had 50% of our kids proficient this year. Next year, we have 60% that are proficient. And it's just a different way of looking at the data. It doesn't mean either one's kind of right or wrong. I think of some of what we were saying earlier is if you start going down to like what people have more influence over than others, and you think about achievement, teachers and schools can't necessarily influence, especially at the teacher level, the entering achievement of students coming into their classroom. But given that entering achievement, they do have some type of influence over how much progress is made by the end of the year. And I think that's where we get to this idea of, well, growth can be used in some applications a little more comfortably than just pure achievement, because achievement is lots of questions.
We talked about achievement levels, growth expectations. How are those expectations set? Who sets those expectations? Let's just take growth, because that's where you guys are main.
Yeah, so as I was explaining, so how are growth expectations set? As we were looking at earlier, the whole idea is growth expectations are based on prior student achievement history. And how that's being defined depends a little bit about, like if we're looking at math and ELA, we're looking at relative achievement levels of all the kids across the state in 2015 fourth grade math. And we can say that these scale scores map to these achievement levels. So maybe on average, a school district or a school in that year grade subject has an NCE of 45. So their expectation next year, that next grade, same subject, is 45. It's to maintain that same relative achievement level. And it's if they're above or below that point that they're making kind of the more than expected or less than expected. So expectation is essentially defined based on the empirical achievement distributions across the entire state, and then those particular students' prior achievement history. So that would be exactly how it's defined. Another question back here?
Just to make that concrete, because that was the question I had. So if we took one of those yellow dots that was right on the line far to the left and compared it to the one far on the right, they're both similar in terms of growth, but there's growth compared to expected achievement. If those two schools, the low-performing one and high-performing, stayed in that spot all along, the achievement gap would in fact get wider and wider. Is that correct? Because
if they both stayed,
of that student in that low-achieving school.
If they both stayed on the line, though.
Right.
So, okay. So the question is comparing two dots, and let me just use some examples, I guess. So if you had two schools, and let's kind of say they were the only schools in terms of achievement gap. So we have one school that's right on the line on this side and one school that's right on the line on this side. That means if you want to think about NCEs, maybe we have a school that's at 35 last year and a school that's at 35 this year. Difference is 0, 35, and 35. Over here we have a school that's at 65 and a school that's at 65. Difference is 0. Did the achievement gap grow from one year to the next? No. It stayed the exact same, actually. Because 35 to 65 last year, 35 to 65 this year, that would be the gap from school to school from one year to the next. Now, if the school was down here and they moved from, let's say, 35 to 30, and then this school up here moved from 60 to 65, then is the achievement gap expanding? Yeah, then it absolutely is expanding. And kind of the higher achieving students are making more progress, the lower achieving students are making less, and we're having like an expanding achievement gap. Did you have a question?
I'm just going to follow up on what you said, because if they moved, if the right quadrant moved, there would also be growth. Their achievement has grown and their growth has occurred.
That's right.
And the other achievement has dropped, and I guess their growth has been negative, yes?
Yeah, if we're saying just this quadrant up here versus this quadrant down here, okay. That's right. So down here we're saying these are schools, maybe as an example, moving from 35 to 30, so they're going down from one year to the next. Up here they're moving 60 to 65, they're moving up from one year to the next.
So could you say then that the growth measure kind of gives teachers, I would say, a little more hope? Because if you would just look at achievement, and if the majority of the students are always below proficient, and there's nothing to validate the effort that they and the achievements that they made that have not been reflected in achievement graphs, then the growth measure is a way to say, okay, I'm doing something right, I'm moving forward, I just haven't got to that bar.
That is absolutely right. So the question is around, do growth measures really provide, a sense of hope really for individual teachers that are teaching groups of kids that are, very, very low achieving, that might not be able to get to proficiency. And so this is really important and goes back to the why. Like, why are we measuring growth, and why are we kind of doing what we're doing? The founder of all of this work, Dr. Sanders, when they started doing a lot of this in Tennessee, that was some of the feedback that he first got, kind of this idea of like, finally, I know as a teacher I've been doing something really good with these students, and yeah, maybe they're not proficient by the end of the year, but I really made a lot of progress with them, and this information can really help shed a light on that, and share that that's what's happening with these individual students, and so they're not proficient by the end of the year, but really they are making a lot of progress and are moving up, and maybe it's not going to be this year, but maybe next year now they are on track to be proficient. So I think you're absolutely right. I think there's a lot of merit in looking at growth because of that. I think you've had your hand up for a while, if I can get him first.
The inherent challenge with this data is that it's year to year. So you have to supplement that with growth data in between that year so teachers make decisions about interventions. So that's where curriculum-based measurement tools come in. Ames Web, DIBBLES, NWEA. You can't rely on this at the end of the year. It's too late. So you have to rely on other growth measures like that to help.
Yeah, and I think there's merit in looking at both things, really, right? So the question or statement was, you can't just rely on these end-of-year type growth measures to give you all the information you need, having whether they're formative or throughout the year assessments, things like NWA MAP or DIBBLES Ames Web, really help provide information about whether or not kids are making progress along the way throughout the year. And yeah, I mean, without a doubt, if there are other tools that can help shed a light on whether or not students are making progress throughout the year, I think that's always a good thing. I think you're always going to also get additional information with data like this that show, across the entire state, this is kind of where everything stands by the end of the year. This is the outcome we saw relative to everybody else. And so let's, what if a lot of people started using these different measures, or some people started using this type of internal year measure and this other type of internal year measure, and some of them seem to be working better with some of them than others, then maybe that's going to show up in the end of year growth measure and something that people could reflect on. But yeah, there's a lot of additional information to be gained by using other data like that.
My actual question, though.
Okay.
I know you mentioned that you're looking at group data.
Yes.
So I've looked at schools that when you pull down the layers, they may be doing well with a certain group population of students. So to what extent you've looked into that when you've done your analysis?
Yeah, that's absolutely right. So the question is around looking at individual schools and digging down into the layers within the value-added reporting and seeing that different groups of students potentially are doing differently in terms of growth. Yeah, so we have a whole set of reports called diagnostic reports that show things like, are you making more growth with your lowest achieving students or your highest achieving students? Then we separate them into five different categories in terms of their achievement level. And it's really interesting to look at data like that. I mean, a lot of time we have it at the teacher level data as well. A lot of times what we see at the teacher level is if a teacher's kind of on average with their students meeting the growth expectation, there are many cases where they're doing really well with their highest achieving kids, just not really well with their lowest achieving students. So one of the things that they can say to themselves, well, how could I make my growth measure better overall? Well, a place to start to focus is their lowest achieving students and potentially doing something different there. Same thing can happen at the school level. They can start to look at that data in different ways. This might go down a little bit of a rabbit hole, but one of the things that I think is really interesting is within the diagnostic reports, you can actually look at subgroups of kids. So subgroups meaning socioeconomic and demographic subgroups. And you still are splitting the data into achievement levels first and looking at the amount of growth that they're making. But then you can say, well, what if I wanted to look at just my economically disadvantaged students? Well, generally, more of those economically disadvantaged students are going to be on the left-hand side, meaning lower achievement. But it's interesting to note that in a lot of cases, the pattern of achievement level versus growth doesn't really change when we're looking at certain student groups, certain subgroups, demographic groups, economically disadvantaged. It's more that if you were to only look at economically disadvantaged, maybe they're not making as much growth because the school in general doesn't make as much growth with their lowest achieving kids. But all those economically disadvantaged kids that are middle achieving and high achieving do make a lot of progress. Now, at the same time, if you were to look at that report and say, all of my students are making a lot of progress that are high achieving, not as much that are low achieving. Now I'm going to subset it to economically disadvantaged. This is something we don't really see a lot, but it's also really interesting. The higher achieving economically disadvantaged students not making a lot of growth, even though all their peers are. I mean, that tells you a completely different story. And again, not something that we really see. We certainly have helped some districts look through this, especially with like racial categories, and seeing, you know, like is for some reason different racial subcategories or categories having different trends even across the achievement spectrum in terms of growth. And it's, again, there's a lot more to dig into with the value-added reporting that can help you look
That's
at
such
things.
a good example because we've seen that with a lot of schools we've worked with over the years with school improvement, where the pattern of growth at the school, at the individual, you know, group of student level reflects what's happening at the school. So why use growth data? Because it helps them set focus, goals, priorities. It helps them focus professional development. It helps them focus, you know, the work with individual teachers. That's what this brings to the table to help them do.
Helps them look at themselves.
Helps us look at themselves in the mirror. Yeah, which is hard sometimes. Yeah, it's hard for people to do.
All right, I think it's probably time to take lunch, take a time out, and I'll let you do the logistics here.
Okay, so thank you, John. Very, very illuminating. So our lunch buffet is set up. We still have the breakfast food over here as well. And I guess we'll just follow like wedding plans and dismiss by table. The idea would be that let's gather our lunch, bring back to our table, and after we see some amount of progress in eating, we'll get back to business and we can have a working lunch. Okay? So why don't we start with the PDE table first? Come over, and then we'll go from there. Thank you, folks.
But I would say that so you get a grant because you're a professional and you get all these accolades.
I'm going to do a few announcements and then turn it over to John when he gets back from the men's room. We don't. Yeah, I don't need to have anything on or anything.
Nope,
do we?
it's
Okay.
right here.
All right. Share. I know I got a question. First of all, thanks again to St. Joe's for lunch. Thank you, thank you. Much appreciated. Couple things. One, at the end of, after today's session is over, since we have everybody's email address, we will send out an email just getting some feedback. Do you have some outstanding questions? And is there anything you'd like us to share, back with the department? Since Deputy Secretary Pilar needed to head out for another commitment, I thought it might be helpful if there's any information you'd like us, and we'll pull it together and share it back in its form that you send it. So we did that from the last session. I want to make sure, if somebody, asks how long value added has been around in Pennsylvania, just to give you, a 60-second historical, look at how this evolved. It started back in 2002. At the time, we were under a Republican governor. Was Secretary Zogby was our Secretary of Education at the time. He wasn't there very long. We've been through, I've started to lose count, to be honest. I forget, several governors, the Secretary of Ed. What has happened with PVAAS over those years, it has continued to evolve, develop, and grow in terms of the type of reporting provided to districts. From 2002 to 2005, we had a pilot. We did a pilot with 100 school districts. At that time, we didn't have the PSSA administered in consecutive grades. So we were using other assessments such as Stanford, Iowa Test of Basic Skills, other standardized assessments that districts were using in those in-between years from 2002 to 2005. Then starting in 2006, reporting was provided to all LEAs in Pennsylvania, to all school districts, charter schools, career and technology centers receive reporting, and there's some limited reporting that goes back to intermediate units for students they serve. That reporting was initially limited back in 2006. I think at that point it was reported for grades 4 and 6 only. It has continued to grow over the years. And at that point we had district and school level reporting. School year 12-13, as the educator effectiveness system was in process, the legislation was underway. In school year 12-13, we did a pilot open to every LEA in the state if they wanted to tip their toes in the water and find out what this teacher reporting and roster verification was going to be all about. We had, I'm trying to think, over 200 LEAs that participated in that pilot. Then in school year 13-14, that's the first year that any teacher in a state-assessed subject grading course, if they had enough students attributed to them in a state-assessed subject grading course, where they were provided with teacher-specific value-added reporting via the PVAAS web-based interface. So school year 13-14, school year 13-14, school year 14-15, and then what we just completed, school year 15-16. So we now have some teachers in the state who have 3 consecutive years of PVAAS teacher-specific reporting, meaning we have some teachers in the state who now have a 3-year rolling average, meaning this is the first time that data will be available that can be used as a part of the teacher evaluation system. Reporting is actually, if you look on the PVAAS website, to be released on tomorrow night, actually. We tell people if you want to stay up late, it's first released to the administrators. And I have people email like 11, 12 o'clock at night, hey, I just got online, I got a question. So people do stay up late to look at the information. It's first released to administrators prior to the teachers having access to the reporting, to give the administrators a chance to look at the information, get their thoughts together, come up with a plan for communicating with their staff. So there's a 2-week window where the administrators have advance access to that reporting, with it then being released on October 20th to teachers for them to have access to that information. So anyhow, I do, before John's going to take us out on the website and take you through a nice tour through the reporting, I do want to draw your attention to the PVAAS login page and let you know that there are a lot of helpful resources right off of this page as well, or it gets you to somewhere with resources such as online virtual modules, which I have heard professors using them as a part of their course. You know, the students needing to watch. Have anybody used them in here yet? Okay, check them out. They're done. You have? All right. Yeah, free lunch for you. Oh, you already got it. Okay. But modules literally ready to go, for you to use as a part of your courses. So please do check out this page. Several of these I've linked already off of that page we made for you just for today's session, just to make it a little easier to find things. But this is always a good spot to go. And I'm going to go ahead and turn it to John. Do you want me to log in for you?
No, I got it.
You got it? Okay. If you can read my writing.
I believe so, yes.
Oh, wait, just to see. Yeah,
you're good. And I also want to say real quick, you can always click on that public access button, or at least you can right this moment. As I said earlier, that's going to be made available at a later date, but there's some good information that you can get, just some general questions, and then also some reports, that scatter plot report that we were talking about earlier. Some of that information is also available up here. So there's the whole functionality. I have to do that, sorry.
You and I look at scatter plots opposite.
They make more sense this way to me, and I think to everybody. But, no, but what we were talking about earlier is you could zoom in and you could find individual schools if you were curious about some of that data, if they were interested in finding schools just like them based on a span of entering achievement and how well people are doing. So all that information is absolutely public. But to get to what Kristen was alluding to, we are going to log in as, maybe I should say this first. If you guys ever have any questions around PVAAS in general and are curious, you can always go to that login page and just click Contact Us. And then you're going to be given some kind of tiers of, if you're asking questions about, let's say, Peers or Act 82, then you probably want to go to this particular set of folks that will answer your information. Or if you want to contact Kristen's team, the PVAAS statewide team for PDE, you can contact her and get questions answered that way. And then this goes directly to our tech support group. We have a whole tech support team internally that will respond to any other questions and can help you guys figure different things out. So just to point that out, that anybody's allowed to go to Contact Us. It's not just folks that have logged into the system. It's available to everyone. Yes, but I'm going to log in as a district administrator. So this would be some district superintendent maybe, or some other district administrator, district user could log in and see all of this information. There are a lot of different reports within PVAAS, and the kind of first report that you come to has changed over the years, but what we have right now is the district launchpad. And let me try to just zoom out a little bit to show you guys a lot of this information all at once. What we try to do here is give you an overall district-wide perspective of what's happening with growth, not only on average within every subject and grade. As you can see, we have math, reading, ELA, science. We have the different grades across the top. We have the Keystone assessments. We have the different PSSA grades. We have value-added measures for each of the current years that are color-coded. I'll get to the color coding in just a second. Also 3-year averages. And then we have these diagnostic reports. And so this is an effort to look across the district, across all subjects and grades, across all value-added measures and diagnostic reports, all on the same screen. And this was something that Kristen and her team used to do with actual users of the system, district level, school level, so that they could pick out trends across all of the different subjects and grades all at once, because much of the reporting is built to drill down to the individual subject grade level. And I'll explain a lot more of what all of these mean. So if you go to the reports drop down, you can see that there are many, many, many reports available to educators. There is also a lot of help available to educators. So for instance, before I get into all of that, if I click on help, it takes me to a help page that is specifically for the district launchpad. You can see there are either key concepts over here and a bunch of other reports that might be available. But there's help for all the different reports, and it is smart. It knows where you are in the system when you click that help button. Where do I even want to start? All right, so this report again looks at the district level. We'll start at the district and kind of drill down to the individual teachers. Across math and PSSA, we have 3 years of value-added data. We have growth measures in 2014, 15, 16, and 4th grade through 8th grade. Again, we're color-coding some of these cells to help easily interpret them. We have growth measures as well as a level of uncertainty or a standard error around that measure. And the way in which we color-code these, maybe we should start there, is that the dark blue, kind of that blue ribbon idea, that dark blue indicates that we have significant evidence that students on average are exceeding that growth standard or that growth expectation. That green level is that students are maintaining their same relative achievement or meeting that growth expectation. So they're no different than that growth expectation in terms of the amount of progress they're making. And then the red is there is significant evidence that the students are making less progress than that growth expectation. And so we're trying to easily color code the system in that way instead of folks that would want to look at all of the individual numbers. Of course, the light blue and the yellow are kind of moderate evidence, but not significant evidence. So this report is split up in 2 separate ways, and I don't want to spend a ton of time on this stuff because I really want to start talking to you guys about individual data. But a district can look at this information and see the overall trend in the district as a whole, as we were talking about earlier. They can also drill down and see what's the trend in math in the current year and 3-year average across all of their individual schools and see if there are different patterns across their different schools. This is a very large school district, so there are many, many, many different schools to look at. They can certainly click into that individual school and also see that individual school's value-added data as well. One of the things that we were discussing earlier is drilling down even further and looking at different patterns within the diagnostic reports. These are those diagnostic reports. Again, what we're looking at is different achievement subgroups. The blue bars are the current year, the yellow bars are previous years of data. So this is for a specific subject and grade now, and we're trying to figure out, are students making more progress that are the higher achieving students, that are the lower achieving students, or some groups in between? And if we look at the general pattern in the current year, we can see very clearly that the students that are of the kind of highest achieving group and the lowest achieving group are really making a lot of growth, but it's all those students towards the center that aren't making as much growth. So maybe they have a great enrichment program, and that's why a lot of these kids are making a lot of progress at the high end. Maybe they have some good interventions going on for the students that they identify as very low achieving, and they're doing something to make sure that they make a lot of growth. But the students that are kind of in the middle don't get as much focus, and they're not making as much progress. So if you have access to see this kind of information, you can go in and see all the individual students that make up those different groups of kids. Uh-oh, hope my mouse is not going to break. So again, that's just one other way of looking at the data. Oh, and one of the other things that I talked about was if you were interested in only looking at certain types of students, so I only wanted to view economically disadvantaged students, then this is what you would see. You would subset those kids to only being the economically disadvantaged students in the groups that we're looking at. And we can see we're still seeing a similar pattern As I was saying before, we're still seeing kind of higher growth of those high achieving, not as much growth of the low. You'll see the bars on the far left-hand side disappeared because we don't have enough students to show that average on the far left-hand side. Yes?
Are charters included in that data? Charter schools?
Charter schools.
Yeah, are they included there?
Charter schools are included in...
They're considered a public school. Someone had asked me about private schools. It is. We have one private school that has decided to contract, with SAS EVOS. Now they had to get some permission back through the department, just for use of some of the tools and data. But right now, just one.
That's right. All right, so getting more towards, so there's all this information. One thing that we haven't really talked about at all, maybe not, I should mention really quick, we've been focused on the idea of how much growth students have made this past year, but there's a whole other side of PVAAS and reporting. It's the more proactive piece. They're called student level projections. What we're doing is saying, based on all the achievement information we have about the students so far, here's how likely they are to score proficient next year. Here's how likely they are to score advanced next year. And you can give summary data. So why would this be useful? I mean, it could be useful for a bunch of information, but maybe at the school level, they are interested in searching for a set of students that are currently enrolled in 7th grade, maybe at this elementary middle school. You can see all the animal names we have there. And we're going to want to find students that are, so we're saying they're currently enrolled in 7th grade. Maybe it's October, so they're currently sitting in the 7th grade, haven't taken the 7th grade assessment yet, but we're curious about students that have a 70 to 100% chance of scoring proficiency. These are kids that might be good candidates to go into 8th grade math, or 8th grade algebra rather, instead of maybe taking algebra in the 9th grade. We're not saying only use some information like this, but it is a very useful feature and allows a more objective measure based on all of the prior achievement data for helping to decide maybe who can be placed in more advanced math tracks. Now, on the same side, we could look at, or on the other side, we could look at, very unlikely to do well the following year to reach, maybe a very low percentage probability to meet proficiency next year on the 8th grade math test, and these would be identified for some type of intervention. But teachers, principals can save these lists of students. They can come back to them. They can mark them in different ways. There's a lot of different information they can get. They can actually drill down to the individual student level and see where that student, Pamela, scored in the most recent couple of years, or all their prior testing data. So we see their 3rd, 5th, and it looks like the student didn't have a 4th grade test score, so it's missing, but their 3rd, 5th, and 6th grade test scores, and then their ultimate projection to where they're likely to end up on that Algebra 1 test. Yes?
So one of the challenges that I face, and I think you've solved it here, is using significant amount of data, converge that data, determine the magnitude of the problem. So I think that's what this is doing.
Yeah, and there's a lot of different ways that people have done exactly that, to where maybe it's I don't know how many kids could be ready for 8th grade algebra. I have one teacher right now that's going to be teaching it next year, and maybe I need to have more. Maybe we need more resources for something like that. We actually do projections to AP assessments as well. So thinking about whether or not we need to start an AP course in a certain area that they don't currently have in a high school, they could see how many kids are likely to be scoring a 3 or higher, or score a 4 or higher on the AP assessment. But there's a lot of different ways that people are using this for resources.
And that convergence magnitude, this type of assessment needs to happen in higher ed, especially if we're trying, given that students are not choosing education as an option because they can't pass the test. So the remediation programs we need to rethink those remediation programs to determine the magnitude of the support we're providing our students.
Sure. So this is a complete tangent, but
Yeah, I'm sorry.
No. I'm gonna bring up something. We're actually having conversations in a different place about working with community colleges about remediation in general, and trying to use data like this to help identify certain schools and communities that might have a large percentage of kids that are probably going to go to community college potentially, and let's say may need remediation or may not. And so what we're trying to do is link data like the Compass assessment back to all the achievement data to try and give them, let's say at the beginning of high school, an idea of, this high school has 60% of their students are likely to need remediation after they're finished if they continue on the track that they're on. And so we've been talking to some community colleges that are trying to start programs, and some states are doing this in general. I don't know about Pennsylvania, but where they have some of these folks going into the high school and trying to start that remediation work prior to them exiting to help make sure they don't need the remediation afterwards. And so I think that's really exciting. It's a completely different use of this information, but something that's very well suited for it. Yes?
How did you define that disadvantaged school? Just based on the test scores or based on their, do you have ethnicity data?
So we are using test scores, all their prior testing data, to set these projections. We're not using ethnicity or any socioeconomic or demographic characteristics. And again, it goes back to that idea of, excuse me, a lot of that information is embedded within the prior testing data already. And so by using all that prior assessment data, we're getting the best idea of where these students are going to be in the future. We don't really gain too much information by knowing that the individual student, at least, is from this racial background or economically disadvantaged or anything like that.
But the state test, PSSA, you can separate them by ethnicity, by the achievement test itself, not the PVAAS.
So you're saying that the achievement measures can be reported out by different subgroups. And yes, that's the case. And in many states, my understanding of the reason behind that is a lot of federal accountability, and they kind of have to do that. There are conversations happening about, doing different subgrouping, if you will, for growth data, potentially for use in accountability systems. I'm having some of those conversations with different states because of ESSA, but that's not information that's publicly available by any means as far as reports on the public site. Okay, so, excuse me. These are these projection reports, and as I said before, we're making them to AP. We do them to things like SAT, ACT, PSAT. So there's a lot of different assessments that we're actually doing projections for now within PVAAS. But let me move to real quick a district teacher summary report. I have some.
Oh, you have some.
Thank you. Thank you, Kristen. All right, I think we were looking at, well, so this is very uninteresting for this particular school, but so we have a distribution here of the teachers in 5th grade math. That's what we selected, and so we're looking at the individual teacher value-added data. We can actually compare that school level distribution to the district's distribution, so that's a little more interesting at least. You can see there's 40 teachers at the district in 5th grade math that are that dark blue. There are 10 or 5.5% that are that red value-added measure. And then you can also compare that to the overall statewide distribution. So a school or a school district can kind of compare the teachers that they have, if you will, the effectiveness measures or the value-added measures, growth measures for those teachers relative to these different groups. They of course, can select other groups as well. So now we're looking at both 4th grade and 5th grade math. So let's drill down to an individual teacher. And this could be some information Again, this is all demo site data. It's all fake and made up. But this is a specific teacher at an individual elementary middle school within the school district. This is what a teacher might see if they log into their reporting. So this would be for their fourth grade math value-added measures. You can see their growth index values across the past couple of years. So 2016, 15, and 14, you can see they've had 3 different years and kind of stayed in that light blue category the entire time. If they're interested in looking at the students that were used in the value-added analysis in the most recent year, they could see that information right here, just to make sure everybody's on the same page about what kids were used. More information about, again, the growth measure, that level of uncertainty, which ultimately gives you that growth index value.
Can I mention something while you're on this, John? Because there's been a lot of questions about teacher evaluation. So while a teacher is not labeled as distinguished or proficient, the labels that go on the evaluation, just to give you a sense of what the colors mean, what teachers see. For teachers that would have a green or a light blue, that would fall in that range in the evaluation system that would be considered proficient. The dark blue would be considered distinguished. So, Pennsylvania had choice where they set that scaling for that 0 to 3 score. So just to give you a sense of, kind of what's great versus what may not, be as much so, just to put some meaning to that.
Absolutely.
So, but they only use it if they've got 3 years of data.
Correct.
What goes into that percentage if they don't have 3 years?
There's in that teacher-specific data slice of the pie, there's other data there, like the percent of students proficient advanced, growth of students with IEPs, or something called a locally developed rubric, which is similar to like an SLO. So
who decides that?
That local LEA works through that with that teacher based on what data is applicable and available for that teacher. That's the key language, applicable and available.
Like 3rd, 4th, and 5th grade teachers would go back to achievement data that costs.
Yeah, like third grade teachers would have percent of students proficient advanced, but they wouldn't have PVAAS growth. Fourth grade teachers would have both of those, because we get PVAAS growth measures for grades 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8, ELA, math, science.
All right, so but PSSA scores
They-
PSA scores.
3 through 8, our state assessments are given for math and ELA.
3, 4, and 5 for PVAAS, so how do you get a growth on the 4th grade? Because you said it has to be 3 years to get the growth if you're measuring 4th grade when it's only
Yeah, so
5.
you guys are talking about the exact same thing at the table. So to clear for everybody, we are saying 3 years of teacher value-added measures, which mean this 4th grade math teacher has 3 years of value-added measures in 4th grade math just across multiple years. These are for different groups of kids,
Right, different.
but they are all 4th grade math for that particular teacher.
But if PSSA is only given in grades 3, 4, and 5, that's for 3 years.
The 3 years are for the teacher themselves.
If a teacher taught in a tested subject grade or course and has enough students, then they'll get a value-added report for that subject grading course.
Yeah, because essentially the 3-year composite is a combination of all of this data for the teacher, and that's the 3 years of data that go into it. So this teacher can go over to their 3-year composite page, and this is their overall growth index for their 3-year composite. Down below, it's going to show them exactly what was used in that data. So they have 4th grade math in 14, 15, and 16. They have 4th grade reading ELA in 14, 15, and 16. And they also have 4th grade science in 15 and 16. So they look like an all-inclusive teacher, probably teaching the same subjects each year, all subjects each year. And to Kristen's point, we show that 0 to 3 scale that go into the overall evaluation system. But this really allows a teacher to see kind of where they are in that evaluation 3-year composite metric. To go back really quick, so again, that teacher can drill down to a diagnostic report, much like the school did, and see patterns of data. So this particular teacher, if you look over to the right, we see the lowest, middle, and highest achieving groups. We have the lowest, middle, high achieving group. One thing to note is that lowest group has 36 kids in it, so it's much larger than the middle group. That's because these achievement levels are based on kind of where kids fall in terms of that state distribution of achievement, not just within the teacher's classroom. So they have 5 and 6 students in that middle and high achieving group, but they tend to do pretty well across the board with all of those students in terms of making growth. Last year they didn't do quite as well with their lowest achieving group, but did very well with their middle achieving group. One other way to look at this data is to make custom plots. So a teacher might be interested in saying, I'm curious about a group of kids within my classroom, like maybe if I teach multiple periods, I want to see the first period versus the second period, and they can look at the growth of that. Or just create a report with all these students, and now we're breaking it into low, middle, and high achieving groups based on that group of students alone. So now all these categories are equally sized. And you can see that in general, if we're just looking at the students with this teacher, they tend to do really, really well with their lowest achieving, kind of their lowest achieving group in general within their classroom, and still do well with their middle and high, but maybe one place to focus would be, maybe I could do even a little more with my middle and highest achieving group of kids. Maybe they're really focusing on just making sure those lowest achieving students out of their group get the most help possible. So that gives you a quick overview of all of this information. Again, there's a lot of different data within this. We actually have a system called peers that allow LEAs to go in and administrators to go in and do a lot of the evaluation system itself, at least enter in all of the observation final values, as well as the value-added final values, as well as all the other values that go into the evaluation, so they can have a place to electronically manage that. That's totally a voluntary part of PVAAS, but is kind of a separate section. And as I said before, there's also the roster verification part, which I won't get too much into right now, but that place that they can go to and see information about the kids connected to individual teachers and teachers doing that within there. Maybe one other thing to look at would be, sorry. So maybe we're interested in the percentage of students that are likely to meet college benchmark in ACT math at a particular high school. And these are all the kids that are currently enrolled in my 10th grade. So what we show here are students that have a greater than or equal to 70% chance of scoring that college benchmark of 22 or higher on the ACT. So that represents 37% of those enrolled 10th graders. 18% of them have between a 40 and 70% chance, and 46% have less than or equal to a 40% chance. Again, just using those projections to give an overall idea of tying it to something beyond PSSA or Keystones, but looking rather at college readiness and seeing where everybody stands. Okay. So do you guys have any other questions about? Yes.
Quick question. We talked about teacher data there, but you can go drill into this and say, like, take for the 7th grade, you could look at how particularly track that group of 7th graders, how they did in 6th grade and 5th grade as well, right? This data, that's what you use to do a metric, I think. But
when you say track, do you mean like?
Well, just see, look at their growth. Did this group of 7th graders have the same amount of growth this year as they did last year in the 6th grade or the year before in the 5th grade? So you can look at, does the system allow you to go in and get data about that cohort of students?
Well, you can for the school as a whole. Yeah. If you're trying to find a set of students,
school as a whole, you can't do it. I got you.
Yeah, if you're looking at the school as a whole, then you can do that. And so maybe one. So this group of kids, in terms of their achievement level and following them over time, so we have the growth measures up here, but if you wanted to say the cohort of students that was in 6th grade in 2016, they were at an NCE of 56.8, and if we follow them back across time, you can see how they've moved: 59.7, 62, 57.7. Now granted, there's also mobility of students, but in terms of like if you were looking at a school district and most of the kids stayed there, or if it's a school and the majority of the kids are staying there, I think that gives you a good indication of how they've moved over time, for sure.
You can't actually follow that cohort. You only can look at the school data.
Right. This is not specifically saying of all the kids that we're testing in this year, we're only subsetting the data back for those students. Yeah, it's not doing that specifically. Yes.
So what is the calculation that produces the growth measure? Is that just a relationship between the expected NCE and the actual? Or what does it? There's a standard error plane.
Right. So the growth measures are those things like in these examples that we were talking about earlier of, let's say all this mobility is taken into account, but let's say for this particular school, by and large, all the kids stay at the school. So if you go down and look at like the achievement level in 7th grade in 2016 and subtract off the achievement level of 2015 in 6th grade, so you're taking that difference, and that's where this growth measure is coming from up above here. What color codes things, though, is looking at this with respect to the standard error and comparing that value to 0. So we're saying how many standard errors is the growth measure away from 0. And another way to look at that is just divide the growth measure by the standard error and say is that 2 or greater? So it's 2 standard errors or more above 0. That would be your dark blue. Is that divided value, that growth index is what we call it, is that -2 or lower? And that's that red category. So that's how it's defined. Yes?
How do you measure the high school the growth? How does the growth model into the high school?
You're saying for things like Keystone?
Yeah.
So on these reports, we talked about earlier that based on the relationships of the Keystone assessment and all the prior testing data, for each kid that has a specific set of testing history, we can provide an expected score based on that specific set of testing history of where they would likely score on average on that algebra assessment. So if you want to think about it that way, we would have an average scale score for these 21 students that were used in this analysis, and then an average predicted score based on all their prior assessment history. We can see these are very close to one another. So on average, they scored around 1480. They were on average predicted to be around 1479. So it's basically spot on, which means their growth measure is very close to 0. They met that expectation. They're no different than that expectation, which is why they're also marked in that green category. Yes?
I apologize, you may have said this, but you could import your formative data in here, NWA, DIBBLES, into this. You probably said that, but
Well, so not exactly. We are we're having some conversations with the state right now around the idea of do we want to give LEAs the possibility of using data like NWA MAP, especially for grades like K through 3, to have growth measures in kindergarten, 1st grade, 2nd grade, and 3rd grade. We're not having conversations necessarily around would we have like a 5th grade growth measure based on another assessment, because then we're talking about, well, this one shows one thing, this one shows something different. But we are having conversations about that right now.
what I was thinking is that, so having one shot where you can figure out if my students are not growing, to what extent did they do on these other formative assessments, instead of having to go into a different place.
Right.
So that's what I was thinking.
Well, I think, yeah, I mean, it's an excellent point. We certainly have worked with some school districts, at least, and have taken many different assessments that they're using. And in fact, with like MAP, the NWA MAP assessment, we've done growth measures that look at fall to winter, winter to spring, fall to spring, spring to spring, like every combination of different time points to have value-added measures from those different time points. And so they can compare what that looks like to their state grade-by-grade growth measure to see if it looks the same, it looks different. You know, so there are lots of possibilities there, but it's not something, you know, we're doing this at the state level right now within Pennsylvania, and we may start looking at doing, like I was saying, K through 3, but we haven't been having conversations yet about incorporating other grades.
And then you use the term diagnostic several times. Is that a little confusing for teachers when they think of diagnostic as trying to uncover the deficit of a skill issue?
Well, I mean, I think it can be interpreted in a lot of different ways, and if they are thinking about it in that way, as far as where are we lacking in certain kind of sub areas or strands within the test, and that's not what we're saying. I mean, when we're using the term, we're more thinking about drilling down and seeing if there's a pattern, of are we doing better with our higher achieving students and not as well with our lower achieving students. But I mean, yeah, there's a lot of different ways I guess you could interpret diagnostic for sure. So hopefully, the help will clear a lot of that up as far as what is this report actually telling me, or the learning modules that Kristen was discussing earlier that are right here. They can watch those and get a good idea of what exactly is being displayed on the report. I think someone else had a question, but I'm not really sure. Okay, so that just gives you guys a really quick, I know that was very fast, overview of the reporting that's available. As you can see, it is certainly not the idea of just here's one number that's going to be used in the evaluation system and that's it. There's a lot of different information in here. You can drill down to individual kids and see their testing history as well. There's just a whole lot of ways of looking at the data. teacher growth index, the average of those is the growth value that we're giving you guys. But we're also looking into how variable is that data, how many completers do you have in that category, and we're putting a level of certainty around how much, whether that measure is different than 0. And so you're going to see information within these reports. Already explained that. Already explained all that. But you're going to see information into these in these reports that shows you whether or not, on average, your average of teacher-specific growth measures is above or below that value of 0, that growth standard. And so we coded these to show you when there's statistical significance. And sorry, I know I'm skipping through some of these. But we coded them to show statistical significance based on these asterisks. And I think on the next slide I have a key for that. But this is what the tables are going to look like. So we have growth measures in different subject areas, right? The growth measures are provided by specific subject and grade. We're going across 4 through 8 ELA and 4 through 8 math and 4 and 8 science. However, these are the subject areas that you'll see. So we're looking at teachers in the different spots. This is actually the information across all institutions. And we have a number of growth measures that we see. Then we have growth unadjusted for poverty, growth adjusted for poverty. And so these are the average of those teacher-specific growth index values. And then in some cases, we have enough data to say this is significantly less than that value of 0. So what's the takeaway of this, this slide, this information? One, a lot of these things are significant, at least at the state level, because we have so many teachers. And so that's why we're showing some significance. However, I think the general trend is very obvious. These are teachers that have graduated the most recent 3 years. We're seeing, on average, a little bit of negative numbers across the board. Doesn't mean like they're -2 or anything like that on average, that red value, but they are slightly negative. We do see improvement in teacher growth the first couple of years they come out of their teacher preparation programs, or the first couple of years they start. So it's not uncommon to see this, but it is something I think worthwhile to keep in mind when looking at your individual data, that on average across the entire state, these are slightly negative. Yes?
Quick clarification. This is based on 1-year data, not 3-year average.
Correct.
3-year average is considered more stable, but this is 1-year data.
This is 1 year of data. We, as of right now, the teacher value added measures for 2016 are just about to come out. Is there more that we can do potentially down the road about looking at multiple year averages of data? Absolutely. But let's kind of play that out real quick. We're talking about teachers that have completed your program for the most recent 3 years. That means if they have a 3-year average, it only includes the group that completed 3 years ago, which then dwindles down the numbers a lot. And so right now we're just looking at that current year information. Well, we are open to having all kinds of conversations around, do we want to look at this in terms of like a rolling average set of completers that have graduated this year, and then this is their 3 years later, 3-year average, or graduate the next, and then this is their 3-year average. We can talk about doing different things like that, but this is kind of where we started with it all. Yes.
Are you looking to compare the new teachers to the veteran teachers in any way?
Well, so this basically compares the new teachers to the statewide average,
Which includes veteran teachers.
absolutely, and which is the overwhelming majority, veteran teachers,
Okay.
right? So 0 is really a comparison against kind of that average teacher across the entire Commonwealth and each of these areas.
So these are the numbers for the whole.
Set of completers of the most recent 3 years.
Okay. But 0 would be everybody.
Everyone, yes. All right, so are you guys familiar with p-values? Yes. Okay. So p-value is just this measure of statistical significance. We're just trying to show you, if you have some questions around this, if the p-value is less than 0.1, we're giving a 1 asterisk. If it's less than 0.05, 2. If it's less than 0.001, we'll give you 3 asterisks. You already said this, but it depends on the magnitude of that average growth index. It depends on the variation of those. It depends on the number of completers within that group that we're looking at. And so you guys are going to see a bunch of different tables within this report, or maybe not that many different tables within this report. But the point is, if there are at least 5 teacher-specific growth indice values in any one of these different cells, depending on what we're looking at, then you're going to see the values underneath in those averages. So again, we have this as the statewide table. We'll have another one that mirrors this for your institution, your EPP, as long as there's data across the top for some of these. And then as long as there are 5, we would see the values underneath it. That's for the group as a whole. Then we also have additional tables that are subsets by program level. So if you have a very large institution and you have 4 or 5 different programs or certification areas that you have with teachers, and you have enough teachers or completers within that group to also have 5 or a number in there, then you might see that data as well, so subset by the program level. My understanding from talking to a bunch of different groups like you all here today is that the information is very valuable to have at that program level. So not just seeing kind of overall across the board, but like how are my teachers that are here for high school math or high school science, what do they look like when they come out? Because those are kind of different tracks or different programs. You guys know this all much better than I do, so I'm sure I don't need to speak to any of that. All right. We have some more resources. I think we also had this earlier, but Kristen, I don't know exactly how you want to do this.
3, you mean to give the reports out?
Yeah.
So 3 of us, we're gonna go table to table. We have 6 folders in alphabetical order. We're gonna ask you to tell us our name, your institution, and we're gonna rock around here quickly and get them out. How's that? We're good. We're fast. Kevin, the remote site said they lost audio.
And if you guys have any questions in general that you guys want me to answer about any of this, in the meantime, I'm certainly happy to do so.
Cabrini. All right. Any APG? Your institution. I'm sorry, your institution, yes.
When they compare across the state.
Looks like it's working. Was it just because it's turned this way?
I think it's really shrink it. You're last.
I'm Al.
We only have 1 copy, so if you're here, multiple people from your institution, please sit together.
These are coming up. I like page 2. There's a paragraph called "How can this be interpreted?" That's a nice starting point, I find, because it's like, whoa.
I can't log in. You have to be part of a district.
Oh, to log into PVAAS? Yeah, it's a right. All educators across PVAAS will get login credentials based on their permissions of what they could and could not see. So if they work for a school, they would have access to that specific school's data. Correct. There is the demo site.
No, just into the.
Correct. You guys cannot get into looking into actual live data. Now, whether or not you could potentially get into looking at demo site information is a different matter. And you can talk to Kristen about potentially working on some of that. I know in some states we've worked out a system where. I'm not sure I talked to her about this, but we've worked out a system.
Page 2, that paragraph on how to interpret. Very helpful.
So, Kristen, their question is they don't have login credentials to see some of the stuff that we were showing earlier, and I was just saying that that's live or the login credentials would be for live information that's not publicly available, but the demo site information, I know something that we've done in other places or worked with different universities and institutions and potentially done training with them, and then ultimately provide some level of demo site access. So I don't know if you want to say that.
Yeah, we can definitely provide. Well,
For what areas?
there's a public site and there's a public site. So that's my it's like 3.4. It's like we are.
Those are the, sorry, remember when I went through the subset thing? So these are, of the data that we have, we're looking at all the folks that have come from your program for the most recent couple of years, so 12, 13, 13, 14, 14, 15, those years. And then of those teachers, how are completers of your program, how many actually have value-added measures in the 2014, 15? And then they can be included in these. No, it's not always very many, and that's kind of where I was getting to. In fact, I think, to be honest, at the state system, like it seems, if I remember correctly, like some of the completer information maybe from the most recent 2 years is fairly solid and well-defined, and information prior to then wasn't necessarily as far as all your computers. But I think moving forward, we could have more and more data as far as what those computers, all the specific
So this might be an anomaly.
So here's the thing about poverty. If there is any relationship, right? Like let's say on that graph, for whatever reason, growth looks like this, and poverty, this is high poverty over here, this is very low poverty. When we make an adjustment, we take out the relationship entirely. So we change this line to be straight, which really pulls some of these people up and pulls these people down. So if we're adjusting for poverty, what that tells me is your completers do not go to schools or classrooms that are high poverty. They probably go to
exactly what we said.
Very, very low poverty schools. And because we're making adjustments for poverty, we essentially have to say, if there's any relationship with poverty whatsoever, we're getting rid of it. Therefore, some of these folks that are in very, very low poverty situations have to be brought down to get rid of that relationship overall.
That's kind of what we thought too. Gotcha. So something like this would be a nice result.
Yeah, I think so.
Plus 1.8.
You know, what that tells me is
you
don't have that many completers that have these measures, but even though that's the case, the magnitude of that number, I mean, we go back to, what does that dark blue mean? That average magnitude is quite substantial, and enough so that even with that small number, we have statistically significant evidence at least the 0.10 level. So yeah, I would say so.
Now, why didn't you, were you not able to use pre-K4 as a...
We have no assessment data. Oh, pre-K4...
Because we don't have K6 anymore in Pennsylvania.
Well, that's the data that we had for the time we had. So if that's not the case anymore, then it might look a little different maybe next year.
This fourth grade here could be coming out of two programs. Because Pennsylvania has an overlap. We have
pre-K 4, now we have 4-8.
So
It's hard to
that
pin that to a particular program.
Is that now in your program?
It's been since like 2009.
Oh, really? So that might be a conversation for us to have with Terry Barnaby.
Yeah.
Looking at the data and making sure that we're all on the same page about what's being said. Thanks. That's good to know.
I'm confused by the headers. So these are graduates of the pre-K through 4 program.
Oh, goodness. I need to say something to him because you brought that up. But yes.
Because so they graduate from pre-K through 4, and we only have 8 here because those are only the 4th grade teachers.
Not necessarily. For whatever reason, if you have people coming out of your program that are pre-K 4 and they ended up if they ended up going on to teach like 5th, 6th, or 7th grade math for whatever reason, then they could be in that group as well.
And these would be the graduates of our 7th through 12th program who have scores in this PSSA.
That's right.
For the lower grades.
So for whatever reason, that's where we're seeing their value added measures. So you actually have a lot of data.
Yeah, pretty big. So this is all certification. So we're doing pretty good on the Keystone. Well, who's being tested?
That's what I'm saying.
Math majors?
Who's being included in this?
Yeah, for the Algebra 1 Keystone.
So all this means, let's just focus on the top first. All it means is, sorry, maybe we should move so I'm not like recording our conversation. All it means is, of all the teachers that were connected to the year,
Probably 5 more minutes.
from those group of teachers that have value-added measures representing 2015 schools.
Yeah, I think so.
We have 22 of them that are out across any content certification.
So we're going to say goodbye to our remote folks, and I don't know if anybody has some final comments for the remote folks. Just hang on a minute, Kevin. Okay.
Yeah, so for our friends out there in remote land, we will be emailing your document to you. Give us a few days to get back to the office and everything. We need to get them electronically from SAS EVAS. But the Deputy Secretary has, given us a green light to go ahead and email those to you at the remote site. The other piece of feedback that I would share, again, I'm going to send a, kind of an open-ended survey out, and then, a couple days out to all of you. I've gotten some feedback. Boy, it would be helpful if we had this. It'd be helpful if we could continue to get this. Are we going to continue to get this? The more detailed feedback you can give that I can pull together and give to the Deputy Secretary in the department, the more helpful, that response would be from that. So be specific. I'll also ask, are there any outstanding questions? Anything at all, let us know. We'll give you room for feedback. But in terms of interest in additional data moving forward, your feedback will be critical in that. So yes.
One of the questions, so this top one we understand is just.
Hey, John, I'm just going to pull John a sec. Yeah.
This one's all recent completers, but is there any way for you to get us all completers? In other words, all teachers and how they fare in this?
You're saying all that haven't, not the most recent completers?
Correct. This is all recent, so we're comparing our recent to all recent. But what is the makeup of all teachers and their group?
The state top level?
Yeah.
It's a 0. Would always be 0.
Okay.
That's why it's not there. It's
Gotcha.
just that would always be a value of basically 0.
Okay.
Yeah, Westchester question here. Yeah, I'm sorry.
It may help instead of giving us, and you guys may want to talk about a common interest. We all have CAPE interests. So you may want to do a collective response and send it to you so you don't have to try to pull out common themes. So maybe some of us can get together and figure out what do we need for CAPE responsibility, what do we need for program improvement, and send a collective response.
That's fantastic. Yeah. Terry, I'm just going to look. Yeah. That would be great. Awesome. Thank you.
Can I just explain a little bit about the certification areas? Because I think there may be some confusion in the information we shared with you guys. So the certification areas that we have in the different tables, those are based on the data that we had. So for those teachers that graduated in the past couple of years, in the system that we were using, it said these different certification areas. So it sounds like there's some confusion around like the K through 6 certification versus the P through 4 certification. For whatever reason, that K through 6 was in that data, so that's why it's being listed on your report if that is there. If there's a certification area that you know you have teachers in and it's not listed, all that means is that there were not enough teachers that actually had value-added data that had that certification area. It doesn't mean that you guys didn't have any people graduate with that certification. It's just that there wasn't that data available. I think what probably would have been helpful is to have a list of these are all the possible certification areas that we saw across all data, just so you guys know that like these are the ones that would possibly exist. And in hindsight, I realize that was probably an oversight on our part, but we could probably send that out to give you guys a better idea, at least, of this was like the pool that we were looking at. Now, on top of that, let's say you have a PK to 4, and let's say you then have a ELA 4 through 8, math 4 through 8 column. We are not subsetting to only those teachers teaching within their certification area. So that 4 through 8 column does not necessarily mean only 4th grade value-added measures. For whatever reason, if you have teachers that have the PK4 and they taught 6th grade math, and they have a value-added measure, they're still going to be in that column. We're not making any subsets based on whether they're kind of inside, outside. Now, the majority of everybody's going to be inside their certification area and teaching, but I'm just trying to be clear on what it does and doesn't.
If people are having questions when they go back, like who is included, can they put a request in to contact us?
You guys can absolutely do that, and I'll make sure that they know that they can forward all that information on to certain people within our group, and we can get back to you guys about it.
And just to
Every year, or is this just a one-shot?
That's a good
I
question.
think the department would like to hear feedback if you would like this data to continue to be
Well, we have to for
provided.
CAPE.
And
We have to for CAPE, right?
Good coordinator,
So to Westchester's point then, I'm going to push out an email to all the folks who attended and the folks remotely. If you're interested in kind of joining a CAPE consortium around this topic, I know we're all trying to figure out how to meet Standard 5, which is impact standard. So I'll put that out, and if you want to join, not only talk about Standard 5, but actually get an ongoing consortium of CAPE pursuers to collaborate and to do a collegial approach to that. I did speak with Terry and Christina about what's the status of the CAPE State Agreement, and my understanding is that that's in the works. Do you want to speak to it?
Yeah, what I do want to say, if you are a CAPE institution and you are also interested in the TEACH program, and CAPE is not yet recognized by the federal government, you can...
That's the TEACH grant program.
The TEACH grant program. You can ask us for a letter that says that we have approved all your programs and get a list of your programs, and the federal government is accepting that, since they will not recognize CAPE at this point. So if you fall into that category, we also are in some conversations with CAPE, and we're in the process of getting an analysis of CAPE versus our major review, and talking with them about different things. So that is something we're.
So what I learned is that the U.S. Department of Education has not recognized CAPE yet as the accrediting body. They've just de-recognized NCATE and TIAC. And CAPE then will be recognized probably by 2018. Okay, by the U.S. Department of Education for what that means. Okay, any last words from anybody? Make sure that you've got your parking pass.
Thank you to John. Thank you to John.
Thank you, folks. We're delighted. Thank you. And there's some treats here to take for the road. If you want a bagel for your ride home or something, some cookies, please help yourself. Thanks, everybody. We'll be in touch.
Thank you so much, and thanks for coordinating that.
My God.
It's awesome.
I'll copy you on everything that
That's
we
great.
do.
Oh, that's great. I'll tell Will you're collecting stuff. Thank you.